We'll resume the hearing. It's day 4, stream 2, day 4. Any preliminary issues we need to worry about? Well, and with the deafening silence, we invite the team from the Department of Conservation. Good morning, people. Representing the Department of Conservation, welcome to our hearing. Presumably the legal team will take the lead. Care to perhaps introduce your team? Might help if you took the mute button off. Still nothing.
Come back and good idea.
System still thinking about it.
Is connecting to audio, is that what it says?
Oh, yes. We have video. Still no sound. Still no sound from the doc legal team. It's not our end.
Can we hear from what's Mr. Silver made?
You can hear me?
Right.
We can't hear you.
Silver a question because he's off.
That might. Can any of you, do any of you have audio? No? What's the message? Okay.
You've got 3 people in 3 different places who can't hear.
Yeah. Try the other sound, Ash. Like if you go in there, there are 2 of them. That's okay. Yes. Oh no, they're outside the door. And they can hear each other. Can you have another go?
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
You can indeed. Solve
Great.
the IT issues. So thank you, team. I say welcome to the team from Department of Conservation. If you're true to label, you're Ms. Broad.
That's right. And I'll kick us off by introducing the rest of the team, as you suggested. So I'm a solicitor at the Department of Conservation, and in the room with me is Catherine Anton, Senior Solicitor. Joining on Zoom from elsewhere, we have João Paulo Silva, who's presenting expert planning evidence today, and Graham Lacock, who's presenting expert ecological evidence relating to Indigenous vegetation. And the order of speaking will be legal submissions, then we'll hear from Mr. Lacock, and finally from Mr. Silva.
That's all fine. You have the floor, Council. We have your submissions. We've read your submissions. I have some questions for you, but it's up to you to present your case first, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll begin the submissions, and Ms. Anton will take over after the first couple of pages. Our preference is for questions at the end, if that's acceptable.
Yeah, well, I can cope with that.
And I expect the other 2 on the doc team will express their preference for questions at the end or not when it's their turn to speak. So the team today is appearing on behalf of the Director General of Conservation. The Director General is the administrative head of the Department of Conservation, which has statutory functions to advocate for the conservation of natural and historic resources. By way of context for the statutory framework, there are a number of imperatives under the RMA governing maintenance, management, and protection of Indigenous biodiversity. Section 6C requires the Council to recognise and protect for the protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna as matters of national importance under Section 6 RMA. This is a requirement whenever the Council is a decision maker exercising functions under the RMA. Section 31(1)(b)(3) of the RMA makes it a function of the Council to control actual and potential effects of use, development, protection of land for the purposes of maintenance of Indigenous biological diversity. And under Section 75(3) of the RMA, this plan must give effect to regional and national policy statements, including the Regional Policy Statement for Wellington and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. This context has the effect that there must be protection of significant natural areas and also the provision for the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity generally. the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity is to be achieved through the control of land uses, as well as to be specifically addressed significant natural areas and the coastal environment. In terms of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, Policy 11A requires the avoidance of adverse effects on taxa, ecosystems, and environment that are significant through a list of specified criteria, including taxa listed as threatened in the threat classification system lists. And Policy 11B requires the avoidance of significant adverse effects and the avoiding, remedying, or mitigating other adverse effects in another list of specified criteria. In this plan, the distinction between these two policies was not originally provided for in the plan as notified, but Mr. McDonnell's Ecosystems and Indigenous Biodiversity Report recommends that this is addressed with changes to Eco P12 in his report, which we support, and we submit that the panel should adopt those recommendations. And from there, I'll hand over to Ms. Anton. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, panel. So I'd like to start with paragraph 11 of the submissions. Thanks for the acknowledgement that these have been read. I'll just talk through some of the key points under the topics. So the first concern is that for the life of this plan, the only things that can constitute a significant natural area are those areas that are listed in Schedule 7 or perhaps added to the plan through a Schedule 1 plan change. In paragraphs 13 and 14 of the submissions, I note and commend the responsiveness of the ecological assessments that have been carried out by Porirua, presumably a team of ecologists. Things have changed and boundaries have changed, and we note that that's an ongoing matter, and we commend the Council's attention to that. At paragraphs 15 and 16, I draw your attention to Mr. Lacoque's evidence, where he concludes that numbers and locations of areas that meet the rarity and distinctive criterion of Policy 23 of the RPS will change during the life of this plan, and he cites some studies and the regularity of how, when they're reviewed, in support of his conclusion there. I move on to cite some case law from paragraphs 17 to 21. We note two instances where the Environment Court has commented on the importance of allowing for ongoing identification and protection of SNAs. In paragraph 18 there, just at the top, referring to a case in Hamilton, subdivision in a area used by long-tailed bats, the court confirmed that the protection of the bat's habitat was to be considered as a matter of national importance in line with Section 6C of the Act. It hadn't been identified. The court expressed some concern. That was a resource consent hearing, and basically went on to provide protection for those bats as directed by the Act, really under Section 6C, despite it not being listed in the plan as a scheduled area. In paragraphs 22 and 23 on this topic, I conclude that in my submission, the plan needs to be amended to provide for Section 6C matters that come to light during the life of the plan. And I note that Mr. Silver will talk to his suggestion to address this by way of an amendment to the definition of significant natural area in the plan. The next topic in the legal submissions is the maintenance of Indigenous biological diversity outside identified significant natural areas. Draw your attention to Section 31(1)(b)(3) of the RMA, which provides a function for councils to control the effects of use, development and protection for the purpose of the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity. So at paragraph 25, we note that the council's function in that regard is not discharged once SNAs have been identified and protected. I haven't mentioned it in the submissions, but I draw your attention to Mr. Lacoque's evidence that talks of pockets of Indigenous vegetation, corridors, buffers, regenerative planting becoming established, that all contributes to overall Indigenous biodiversity in the district. So at paragraph 28 is the concern with the approach at the moment, where the council officer suggests that outside significant natural areas, the consideration of vegetation clearance will be considered through activities that trigger consents. We're quite concerned with that approach, and I'd like to draw attention to that over on page 7 at the top for 3 reasons. The direction to consider effects on Indigenous biodiversity is not comprehensive throughout the plan in my submission, particularly in relation to restricted discretionary activities. Should probably add controlled activities there as well. So if a consentable activity isn't proposed, then vegetation can simply be cleared. And if a consentable activity is proposed, then there's an incentive for appellants to clear Indigenous vegetation prior to an application for another activity that might trigger an assessment. So in summary, in my submission, if this is allowed to happen, that will mean the effects of use and development of land will not be controlled for the purpose of maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity in those situations. So paragraph 29, in response to this concern, Mr. Silver's proposed a rule framework which would limit Indigenous vegetation clearance outside areas which already have some regulation. I believe that the Council has expressed concern about how the proposed rule would work with section 76 of the RMA, subsections capital 4A and 4B, that prohibit blanket tree protection rules. We have considered this within the team and think that an advice note to what Mr. Silver has proposed that notes that that rule would not apply to a tree or group of trees in an urban environment allotment unless that tree or group of trees is scheduled in the plan, would make his proposed rule work together with the RMA restrictions on blanket tree protection. I can talk further to that if you like, because I'm conscious that that's not addressed in the written submissions. A further point in relation to Indigenous biodiversity generally is that restricted discretionary and controlled activities throughout the plan don't always point a decision maker to Indigenous biodiversity when they need to. In paragraph 31 and 32, I discussed that this is a plan-wide submission point. Forest and Bird have made that submission point and the Director General has supported it. But acknowledging the breadth of this submission, it relates to numerous plan provisions and numerous chapters, most of which aren't necessarily addressed in the eco chapter, which at this stage has a heavy focus on SNAs. We have done some further analysis about that since the broad further submission point, and we're happy to make that available to council officers and or the panel, just bearing in mind, as far as we're aware, it's not a particular topic for this hearing stream, but we're happy to do that in order to smooth the way for subsequent hearing streams or to the extent that it's considered relevant. Then in paragraphs 33 to 38, I consider whether the matters of discretion for Indigenous biodiversity are adequate in the chapters that are the subject of this hearing stream, namely the ONFL and the natural character chapters. I do a bit of analysis in relation to, well, basically whether the matters of discretion for Indigenous biodiversity are adequate depends on how the values and characteristics for the particular sites have been listed in schedules. And so for ONFL, that's schedule 9 and 10, I believe. And I draw your attention to an example. Well, Mana Island, for example, does give broad expression to Indigenous biodiversity values. And so therefore, I think the matter of discretion for Indigenous biodiversity is adequate for that particular ONF. But then the special amenity landscape area of Cannons Creek, its natural sciences values are not really listed in a way that would enable Indigenous biodiversity to be considered for an activity that might happen outside those discrete areas within that SAL that are described as having Indigenous biodiversity values. So I'm aware that's quite detailed and intricate. And the conclusion I come to is that the plan will benefit from the matters of discretion adding effects on Indigenous biodiversity as a matter of discretion, and that will help Council fulfil its function to maintain Indigenous biodiversity, particularly in these overlay areas that are important. This is an on-balance submission, and there is potentially another way to do that, which is to review all the natural sciences values of each scheduled site just to make sure Indigenous biodiversity throughout that site can be considered if there is a restricted discretionary application within that site. The next topic, beginning paragraph 39, is about setbacks from wetlands. Mr. Silver looks at this extensively and sets out sound reasons why the plan should have setbacks from wetlands, including his view on integrated management and the District Council's functions in that regard. So critically, there seems to be a regulatory gap completely. When I say completely, I'm thinking region-wide, considering the proposed natural resources plan for Wellington, for setbacks of structures from wetland. And that's because the PNRP, the natural resources plan, requires setbacks for earthworks and vegetation clearance, as does NES, but it doesn't address structures in terms of a riparian area from a wetland. This also highlighting that this is a gap is that the proposed plan requires setbacks for buildings and structures from rivers and the coast. And so the lack of setbacks from wetlands seems to be an oversight and a gap that in my submission needs to be addressed. The next topic over the page, paragraph 44, relates to Eco Objective 01 in the submission that it should not be qualified by the words inappropriate use and development. So section 6C of the RMA is not so qualified when it refers to protection of significant natural areas, or not those words, sorry, in section 6C. The New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, Policy 11, isn't qualified by those terms. I do see that the Regional Policy Statement does use the terms inappropriate use and development in its Policy P24, but I don't think it follows that the district plan needs to follow that formulation, and it can still give effect to the RPS if it removes those words. Paragraph 46, I've noted the relevant objective recently settled in the proposed natural resources plan for Wellington. That's objective 035 for ecosystems and habitats with significant Indigenous biodiversity values. And that requires that they're protected from the adverse effects of use and development. In contrast to the objectives above, 032 and 034, that say natural features, outstanding natural features and landscapes and significant historic heritage are protected from inappropriate use and development. So they do use that qualifier, and that's consistent with the scheme of the Act and the higher order policy. Paragraph 47, I just note that the PNRP, it is the RPS that the panel or the district plan needs to give effect to, but the Act also directs a territorial authority to have regard to a proposed regional plan of its region in regard to matters of regional significance. Eco P3, moving on to paragraph 49, sets out what is appropriate use and development in SNAs. So just actually linking back to the previous submission point, that is related to the previous submission point. And so the list in Eco P3 is inclusive rather than exhaustive. And the doc submission is that it should be exhaustive. And the reason is that an inclusive list will have implications for what is or isn't contrary to the policy for the purposes of assessing a non-complying activity at a gateway test. And also the rule framework isn't exhaustive in terms of types of development in respect of which a consent application could be made. Eco R9, it's the default rule, notified as non-compliant, but the officer recommends it be discretionary. That could be anything, any activity could be applied for there. So without an exhaustive list in the policy, it fails in my submission to give clear direction as to the type of use and development that might be appropriate. And Eco R9, finally, which we just referred to, is the default rule for activities within SNAs. Notified as not complying, notified, sorry, as non-complying. Mr. Silver disagrees, saying that non-compliant status within SNAs sends a clear signal to discourage development in a sensitive area. Indeed, the plan through permitted and RDA rules in SNAs has said what might be appropriate. And in my submission, Mr. Silver's view is supported by case law, which says that non-compliant status is intended to signal proposals in breach of a control will be subject to a higher degree of scrutiny and have to meet a sterner test, acknowledging that that Sterner test is the gateway test alone, and if a proposal makes it through the gateway test, then the test is the same as for discretionary activities under section 104. That is the end of the legal submissions. Happy for the panel to present questions to myself and Ms. Broad at this stage, or after you've heard from the rest of the team as suits.
Well, let's pick up a few points. Certainly, I noted the odd issue in the margin, my copy of your legal submissions, your joint legal submissions. First of all, in terms of paragraph 6, the relevance of section 6C, we know, of course, from King Salmon that where there are higher order documents that must be given effect, there are a strictly limited number of circumstances where you can look back to part 2 in a policy and plan setting. Are you collectively submitting that this is one that there are one or more instances where the exceptions in King Salmon apply?
So Commissioner's referring to the regional policy statement, and with the exceptions in King Salmon relate to the regional policy statement. Is that right?
Well, that's right. Although you could equally be saying that it applies to the NZCPS, but the starting point telling us about section 6C assumes section 6C is relevant to our determination, and I'm asking, well, is it? Can we go past the higher order documents?
In my submission, this is the statutory framework part of the submissions, and so to that extent, section 6C is relevant. Whether it has an impact on the interpretation of those higher order documents, I think depends on those factors that the Commissioner's referred to in King Salmon. I think the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement is clear in Policy 11 that does not refer to the terms inappropriate use and development in its Indigenous biodiversity policy. Moving to the regional policy statement, Policy 24 certainly does refer to inappropriate use and development, protecting Indigenous ecosystems and habitats or significant Indigenous biodiversity values in district and regional plans. I do actually think that Chapter 3.6 of the regional policy statement is unclear. I wouldn't be saying it's unlawful. It's not going to be unlawful unless it's quashed. It's been around since 2013 and it's operative. The introductory chapter in 3.6 for Indigenous ecosystems refers and concentrates on Indigenous ecosystems, and it has narrative about Indigenous ecosystems being in decline, the impacts of human actions, ecosystem health, and the issues are that the region's Indigenous ecosystems are reduced in extent and that they're under threat. And so the whole introduction doesn't refer to just significant Indigenous ecosystems. The policy environment, however, does seem to refer to significant areas, which I didn't quite pull up, Policy 24, but also Policy 61 in the regional policy statement allocates responsibilities for land use controls for Indigenous biodiversity. 61C, city and district councils shall be responsible for developing objectives, policies, rules and or methods and district plans for the control of the use of land for the maintenance of Indigenous biological diversity. It's not limiting. So in our submission, I think that supports the need for broader provisions for Indigenous biodiversity outside SNAs. And I also think that the way that issues are framed, means that the district plan is not limited to just addressing Indigenous biodiversity in SNAs. And I also think the way the issue is framed in the RPS clearly signals that the RPS is directing a focus on Indigenous biodiversity generally.
Can I ask
So I guess in summary, it's a long way of saying that I think that we need in this case to look to Section 6C to help us interpret the RPS, not so much the NZCPS.
Uh,
Can I ask a related question?
Certainly,
Ms.
Commissioner.
Anton, what about how does policy 61B, what's that got to do with anything?
Policy 61B in the RPS. So that's the regional council's responsibility for provisions to maintain and enhance ecosystems and water bodies and coastal water. So that basically this
And
primary-
wetlands and the beds of lakes, rivers, yeah.
That's right. So that has assigned primary responsibility to the regional councils and, to the regional council for that. And the PNRP does have provisions about Indigenous biodiversity in those, shall I call them, wet areas. So that's its primary responsibility. It has those rules, but Mr. Silver's evidence talks about integrated management and understanding the effects of land use on those areas. That still sits as a territorial authority, particularly for those activities that the regional plan doesn't control. So particularly for those land use activities that the regional plan doesn't control that might have an impact on wetlands, for example, like structures and residential development.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Williams? No. Going on to your discussion of the case law, Ms. Anton, I read paragraph 19 and think to myself, well, isn't that exactly what the Section 42A officers say should happen, namely that there should be the first scheduled process to add additional areas to the SNA list?
Yes, I think the slight difference, my recollection of the Hamilton plan and also the New Plymouth plan was that they had specific provisions, methods, I think, that it acknowledged that that would happen. However, that process meant there was a regulatory gap in the Western League case that the Environment Court had to fill by finding that the bat habitat was a Section 6C site. We're suggesting that that gap can be filled in this case by not limiting the definition or what constitutes an SNA to what's in Schedule 7. And we think that would actually avoid this situation happening, because let's say, for example, in Hamilton, SNAs were what were identified as well as what might meet the criteria. So the AEE would find out that the bat habitat met the criteria, it was significant, and therefore the objectives and policies in the plan that relate to SNAs will kick in and it will be processed according to that. That's what we're concerned about in Porirua, that you might get a large development, there might have been rare species migrate within an area or that hadn't been picked up, and the policies and provisions that relate to SNAs simply don't apply. And we think that there is a way that can be fixed, either through the definition or potentially through policies or assessment criteria.
Tell me, what practical value does a method talking about possible future plan changes actually have, given that the plan can't fetter a future council discretion?
Yeah, I accept that point. It doesn't add a lot of value. It's simply a signal. This plan, I don't think, even has that. So it's simply a signal. That is what the Hamilton plan had. It wouldn't be, in our view, satisfactory to simply have a method. But I guess it's at least more of a signal to plan users that this might happen more regularly than the scheduled 10-year review cycle.
Now, going to paragraph 21, I looked up that case and found that the passage you've quoted is actually the issue in the issue as stated in the new Plymouth plan. It's not the Environment Court's words. So can you point out to me where the Environment Court actually found that that is a correct statement of affairs?
I'll have to get back to you on that, Commissioner. Apologies if I've taken that out of context. That case was certainly about directing the New Plymouth Council to identify SNAs. So apologies if that is out of context. I will get back to you on that if that's okay.
Yes, if you could pass through to the hearing administrator a paragraph reference, please. Looking at the suggested solution, afford SNA protection to new areas in advance of a Schedule 1 process. I can understand how that could work in the context of something of an activity that is the subject of a regulatory rule. But would that have sufficient certainty to apply to a permitted activity?
That is an issue. If the definition is amended, and to the extent a permitted activity depends on whether it can be in an SNA or not, and it won't be an AEE, I accept that will be a problem. Mr. Silver notes that the notified Indigenous biodiversity NPS did have as part of the definition an area identified in an AEE. So that would mean it wouldn't apply to permitted activities and would only apply to activities that needed an AEE as part of a consent application. So that is a way to overcome the problem of certainty for permitted activities, I would suggest.
In relation to your comment at paragraph 25, the function is not limited, discharged once SNAs have been identified and protected. I noted finding in paragraph or comment in paragraph 25 of the New Plymouth decision that says that the Section 31 function relates to Section 6C, therefore i.e. to significant habitats of Indigenous fauna and significant areas of Indigenous vegetation, which i.e. to SNAs. So I'm thinking, is that consistent with the submission you make at paragraph 25?
Yes, I think that is consistent. So I think Section 6C and the function in Section 31 do talk to each other. To the extent a council identifies and protects SNAs, that will be controlling effective use and developments on for the purpose of maintaining Indigenous biodiversity. But in my submission, that's not the end of the task. This function is broader. It's not limited to Indigenous biodiversity that meets the criteria. Mr. Lacock will talk about values of biodiversity that don't meet that criteria, and this function also relates to that. Council functions are mandatory. I haven't cited the case, but a 2015 Environment Court case relating to water quality, Ngāti Kahungunu Iwi and Hawke's Bay Regional Council found that council functions in relation to maintaining and enhancing water quality are mandatory, not optional, and something a regional council is required to do, whether it be difficult or easy. I can forward that case to the hearings commissioner if that would be helpful. And so those functions are mandatory, and I don't think they're limited by those matters of national importance in section 60.
Well, that's exactly what Judge Dwyer's court said in the New Plymouth case, that it does, this particular function is, he said, related to the section 6. So I remain puzzled. You don't need to give me a copy of the Nicky decision. I'm pretty familiar with that.
Yeah, so in my submission it is related, but it's not limited. So I think that function is related to section 6C, but not limited by it. I think the function is broader.
Okay. Similarly, paragraph 27, you're quoting from the Shearer Swamp case. My understanding of that decision was that Justice French was determining whether the council had posed an inappropriately high bar to identification of SNAs. It wasn't talking about things that are not SNAs. It was saying that you needed a broader test. So I'm not sure how that assists your submission.
Perhaps that's, yeah, I'm struggling to take that one further, sorry, Commissioner. Apart from maybe to comment that that's related to the fact that the line drawn between what an SNA is and isn't is dynamic, subject to assessment, subject to the passage of time, and perhaps supports the view that there needs to be some protection outside of that line, because what's outside of that line doesn't have no value, it does still have value. But if there's anything more specific, I can come back to the Commissioner on.
Well, if you can point me to anything in that decision that assists, that would be helpful. In terms of the relevance of biodiversity values, for instance, in an SAL, isn't my understanding of the test that a landscape architect would employ in identifying an SAL or an ONL for that matter is that it's a holistic test, and while natural science values contribute, and of which biodiversity is one, it's only part of a package. By pushing what I might call putting a biodiversity lens into a landscape overlay, are we turning a landscape regulation into something that it's not? That you're saying it's a quasi SNA. Isn't the whole purpose of the overlay, we've got one set of overlays for landscape values, one set for significant biodiversity. They may overlap. You may have the same area of land as both in an SAL and an SNA, but if that's not the situation, isn't it going to be a question of fact about the value of biodiversity in an SAL if it's not a landscape value? Are we twisting skewing the inquiry and the application of the SAL provisions? That's a roundabout way to express a probably not very well formed concern, but hopefully you've got the idea of what's in my mind.
I think I do have the idea, and I think your concern comes from, I guess, us straining to interpret this chapter so as to comply with the Section 31 function in relation to Indigenous biodiversity. The view from the Section 42 report writer from Mr. McDonnell is that, I think it was that report, is that the eco chapter is limited to SNAs. A number of submitters have been concerned that there isn't adequate provision for biodiversity outside SNAs. And in response, they point to the other overlays, right? So what we've done is had a look at the other overlays, natural features and landscapes, for example, and tried to find out if that's true, tried to find out if there's adequate assessment for Indigenous biodiversity. They are quite extensive areas. A lot of them are in the coastal environment. And because of the way this plan works, we are having to look at them to see if they implement the NZCPS, for example, in relation to Indigenous biodiversity in the coastal environment. And I agree that it is, I don't know if it's strained or creative, but we've tried to find adequate provision for Indigenous biodiversity in those chapters. And whilst their focus is holistic on those values, it does break the values down. And if you apply for a restricted discretionary activity, well, let's take, for example, Indigenous vegetation removal within an outstanding natural feature or landscape, then compliance is with some of the standards in that chapter. And the standards refer to the values. And so if the values refer to Indigenous biodiversity, then we're comfortable. If the values don't, then we think there is a gap. And if we've got, for example, a natural feature or landscape in the coastal environment that doesn't adequately refer to biodiversity, and it's not an SNA, then we are seeing an implementation gap for Policy 11 of the NZCPS in the coastal environment. And we haven't got down to that level of granularity, but hopefully that helps to explain the approach we've taken to the exercise.
I suppose the question might be perhaps that in a particular SAL it doesn't refer to biodiversity because that isn't a particular value in that SAL. Do you have evidence that's not correct where, because I didn't read Mr. Lecoq's evidence as going at that level of detail?
Mr. Lecoq's evidence does not look at the SAL that, I mean, I have discussed that part of the submissions with him, but it's true his evidence doesn't look at that. The concern is that for an SAL, so a special amenity landscape, there will be pockets of Indigenous biodiversity that are notable. There will be other pockets that aren't noted. And if they're not noted, the council's precluded from considering them. And that is our concern. We don't think that's appropriate at that level.
I suppose the question is, you've just said there will be pockets. That's a statement of fact. And so where's the evidence that would support that?
I wonder if that's something we can put to Mr. Lecoq. I'm not wanting to put him on the spot.
Well, he's got at least 10 minutes to think about what the answer is. That's all right. We'll ask Mr. Lecoq that question.
Thank you.
The final question I had is about inappropriate subdivision use and development on Eco R101. Given the interpretation of what inappropriate means that King Salmon has given us, does it make a difference? Because as I understand the Supreme Court's decision, that was considering an O&L, but it was saying that something which doesn't protect the values is inappropriate, something that does protect the values is appropriate, the values of an O&L. Does it make a substantive difference?
I guess there's some debate about the extent to which that would be applied to areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and fauna habitats. I think really it is a signalling thing, and I think it is a signalling matter, because it does certainly imply that some types of use and development will be appropriate, and I don't think that the plan context really elaborates on that interpretation of king salmon that the Commissioner's just mentioned, especially with the subsequent, I guess, submission in relation to Eco P3. It talks about what is appropriate use and development without really being conclusive about it. And so I don't think the plain context is adequate to justify having that in there despite that king salmon interpretation.
Thank you, Ms Anton. Any other questions, Commissioners? Commissioner Pomare.
Kia ora, Ms Anton. Tēnā kōrua, thank you both very much for your legal submissions and for the further clarification you've provided through your answers to questions. Just one question for you in relation to your paragraph 20. I'm not sure that that the council's intention is simply to accept that once some areas of vegetation have been recognised as significant and protected, that there's no longer any duty to consider any remaining areas or to address changing circumstances. And in fact, we've heard evidence from the council to the contrary that Indigenous biodiversity will in fact be maintained through the collective application of a variety of provisions in the plan, and some of those are set out in the Section 42A report on the natural environment. So my question really is, isn't your concern more focused on the need for regular monitoring of Indigenous vegetation throughout the Porirua district to address changing circumstances and to determine if areas meet the significance criteria?
Obviously, would fully support that ongoing monitoring, but the concern is a regulatory one, I think, in this plan context.
Right.
And the regulatory concern is that if it's in Schedule 7, the SNA provisions apply. If it's not, all that direction from higher order documents about significant areas doesn't apply. And that's the concern that we'd like to see addressed in the plan. Does that help?
Yeah, no, that helps. Thanks very much.
So do you want to call Mr Lecoq now, Council? That's good?
Yes, thank you.
Kia ora, good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm glad you've taken my evidence as read. I'll just highlight a few points. I'm addressing on 3 main points, which was the identification of SNAs and the Indigenous vegetation around outside those SNAs. And then there was a point on the list that your Mr. McDonnell would propose to use for the identification of weeds. I just had a point on that. To the SNAs, paragraphs mainly 10 to 13, but it's so integrated with the next lot of areas outside SNAs. There's going to be quite a lot of overlap. First of all, I'd like to commend Wildlands for the thoroughness of the process. In the past, there hasn't been the follow-up, and if somebody had complained, and I'm not talking about Porirua, I'm talking about generally, specifically Kapiti, there wasn't that option for follow-up or query. So, yeah, the process, I was very happy with it. But I think it is, SNAs are a snapshot in time. It's pragmatic and it's understandable, and that's fine. I listened to Andrea and Carl Simon Lehner yesterday, and 20 years ago, their site wouldn't have been an SNA. Good on them for the work they've done there. But it just shows that things develop. Same as Mana Island, what, multi-billion-dollar project with million plus plants put into it now. It's a major SNA. So things change, and that's the point I wanted to try and get across. And Mr. Goldwater's evidence referred to several disputed SNAs that could not be visited, so they relied on aerial imagery. But in his follow-up on queries, I think it was about 20 SNAs had boundaries changed, 3 were taken out completely. And that's out of the 30 of the 220 that queried things. So it's not an exact science, but it's what it is, and that's understandable. But I'm just trying to make a point that it can't be perfect. The other issue is the rarity and distinctiveness category criteria that the Wildlands methodology referred to the 2013 series of publications. I picked up a typo there. Publications by DOCA. Should have been DOC and then full stop, a subsequent series. It was published around 2018. Between these two series, there were 61 plants that moved to a worse off category or were put on the list. That's not including stuff that was there because of myrtle rust. So things change, and I'm not. I don't know whether the 2018 series or the 2013 series was used as the in the assessment of these SNAs, but it's not a major issue. But it's just issues do change, and they will be changing another two or three times in future. Next one's due in 2022, 23. So the other point is not all indigenous vegetation is included in an SNA. I think Mr. Goldwater's evidence, where if you look at his maps, he's taken out bits of indigenous vegetation around some SNAs, and with a 500 square meter limit, there are pockets that won't qualify. What was interesting is he made a point for the protection of exotic vegetation within an SNA and trying to limit the removal to, I think it was 100 square meters, because of the potential disruption to sequences, mosaics, or ecosystem function and fragmentation. I believe that indigenous vegetation outside those SNAs, those areas of scrub down the valley, in the gully, regenerating areas, contribute to the overall the biodiversity of Porirua. It makes it function, keeps it together, it adds those linkages. So I believe those other smaller areas that are not the cream of the crop do play a role, and so I'd like to make a play for them for some protection for those areas. Mr. Silver's proposed a limit of 250 square meters. That was the plan initially. I'm not sure where it's gone since discussions with Forest and Bird. But I think that would just provide a protection, certain amount of protection for those continuing functions, those links from mountains to the coast, and Kaka moving into the area. So, and the other thing is, there's been a hell of a lot of very good work done by the council and community groups. I included landowners in community groups, like up at Porirua Bay with the farmers and neighbouring neighbours getting together to protect the valley. Large amount of planting going on around Porirua Inlet. So there's a lot going on, and yeah, I think the Simon Lane has just indicated just how good some of that work can be and the value of it. Yeah, and other things like the adventure park, they're looking at doing a lot of mitigation planting. 20 years' time, it's going to be like a Simon Leonard's property with Old Manor Island with really good values. So, yeah, there's a lot going on, and I'd like to see it protected or some method of looking after those areas. The one other thing was transmission gully was taken out of the assessment initially, according to the wildlands methodology. I don't know if it's come back in. They were going to reconsider those sites once transmission gully was finalised. Hopefully it's close. So there'll be those kinds of issues those kinds of sites that do come back up for discussion. And having said all that, having studied the methodology and the maps of the SNAs and so on, I believe that the methods applied have largely identified areas that currently qualify as SNAs. Good on you. But yeah, situations change, and that's the kind of recognition I'd like to see, some process to protect the changing, developing landscape. The one issue on identification of weeds, Mr. McDonnell accepted advice from Wildlands to base a list on a publication by Clayson Owl from DOC on consolidated list of environmental weeds in New Zealand. It is mainly for conservation land, but that was 2008. He's busy reviewing that. There have been 2 major publications on weeds since then. Things change. I've included an example of a monster that's got going in the Manawatu area, Phragmites, that gets up to 5 or more meters high and just takes over the banks and banks of streams and wetlands. So I'm not saying it's in the district or it will get you, but it's just the kind of thing that's not on the list at the moment, on the 2008 list at the moment. It could get there in future. Sea spurge is another one that should be picked up in the biosecurity, the NPI list, but that's something that's takes over your beaches, and yeah, that's makes Marram look tame. So got to keep an eye out for that one. But that's not on current lists. It will be in future. So the legal opinion was it would be preferable to provide for the updated version of Howell's list to apply when it is published, was the advice on that one. But yeah, so that was me really. Generally, yeah, I was really happy. Thank you very much.
Question for you, Mr. Lecoq. Do we know when the updated HAL list will be available? Is that presumably Dr. Howell has given us any indication as to when he will surface?
I'm not sure when it will be available. He has been working on it. The original said it would be updated every 2 years, but that hasn't really happened. He's added about 100 species to it. I will find out from him when it will be available and make it available to you.
Well, a day, like an indicative publication date would be helpful.
Yeah.
Like, as I say, not down to the day, but is it is it months or is it years away?
Probably within the next year, I would think. But he's done the background work. So yeah, I think we're looking at within the year 2022 is where I'd be. Yeah.
Next question: the hospital pass that Ms. Anton sent your way.
I'm having trouble connecting here. Yes. If you could just rephrase that, please. It was-
Ms. Anton told us that, in effect, we can assume there is indigenous vegetation in every ONL, ONF, SAL, and the coastal environment high natural character areas. Is that correct as a question of fact?
I'd be very surprised if you had a large tract of land like that without any indigenous vegetation. So yeah, I think it's in all likelihood you have got patches of vegetation within those areas. I'd be very the Porirua's got a lot going on. So in terms of the environment, and so I'd be surprised if there were patches that there weren't patches within those areas. I didn't want to go and mess around trying to find the maps on and possibly lose the link coming up to speaking soon. So I didn't try and assess that now.
And lastly, from me, you've suggested or you've supported a limit of 250 square metres for permitted clearance of indigenous vegetation outside identified SNAs, ONFLs, SALs, and the coastal environment high natural character area. How many areas greater than 250 square metres are there that aren't in SNAs or any of the other protected areas? How big an issue is this in fact?
Yeah, again, I mean, you've got 222 SNAs. If 500 square meters is the limit, I'd be surprised if there weren't patches under 500 square meters. I mean, some of the areas that have been currently taken out of the SNAs, if you look at the maps in Mr. Goldwater's evidence, would add up to about 250 square meters. So I think there are those areas. If you're looking up towards, I was looking up towards Porirua Bay around the back there. There are gullies that do seem to have indigenous vegetation in them. So yeah, as I say, by and large, a lot of the areas have been identified, but I'd be surprised if there are areas that there are no areas larger than 250 square meters.
Thank you, Mr. Lecoq. Commissioner Sinclair.
Thanks, Mr. Lecoq. Have you undertaken any site visits in relation to the preparation of evidence or specifically looking at any of the SNAs referred to?
I haven't. There's one out of the back behind our office in Kenneperu, looking up towards the hills. I've spent a lot of time with the adventure park, and I see the SNA right at the top of the Porirua Reserve, where it goes into private property. I see that is an SNA. So there have been little pockets that I have got to, but I haven't tried to visit SNAs as part of this exercise, no.
In paragraph 20, looking at the methodology in that, they've largely identified that currently qualify as SNAs. Are there any bits that, since have largely they identified, are there any areas that are missing?
I didn't pick any. But yeah, it's, you are not, it's quite a big process. It's a huge body of work. So I haven't tried to redo it. I mean, you're sitting with 222 sites that have been identified. It's a huge undertaking. I haven't tried to justify it down to the last SNA. I looked at the methods and yeah, I was very happy with the way they approached it. So, but when you look at, of the 30 people that complained or questioned things, 20, 21, 22 had boundaries changed. What's the situation going to be like with the 190 that didn't query specifics? I think there's a very good chance that those other 190 are not perfect. So that's where I sit largely. It's not an exact science, but it's a practical method, and so yeah, I was happy with the work they've done, and I don't think anybody anywhere is going to map an area perfectly. I mean, some of the threatened plants, you're down to square meters. Some of them are the size of a 50-cent piece. So your mistletoes, you don't know where they are. You know, they also down at the size of a 50-cent piece in the small leaf mistletoes. But they're important in the district. But to find them, that's going to be very difficult, and nobody's actually surveyed the whole district, and couldn't be expected to. So a lot of this is based on serendipitous finds or surveys or visits to a site.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Well, thank you, Mr. Lecoq. I wondered if you'd had a look at the underlying zonings in some of the the areas where SNA sits, ONFL and natural character areas, to see if the provisions that sit within those underlying zonings provide the protection for Indigenous biodiversity that you're seeking.
I think a lot of that's more of a planning matter. So I left that to the planner. But I looked at the maps of where the layers were, and there are areas outside those layers that appear to be natural vegetation.
Right, and I wonder if you could talk me through, when an area becomes important in your opinion. Is it a scale issue? How big's a pocket? How big is a patch? When does it become important?
I think it's all relative. I mean, for me, a single matagari, if you found one of those, I put a fence around it and trap the hell out of the site to try and protect it and collect the seeds and grow it on. It's disappeared from the district or disappeared from the Wellington area. They found some around the airport, but so things like that. If you're finding a single plant, it's really good. The Leptonella on Fitterea it's square meters. It's not hectares. So a lot of the smaller things are down at that square meter range. If patches of pingao, they're not going to be hectares. They're going to be in that 10, 20 square meter kind of thing, 50 square meters. So I think its scale is all relative, and 500 square meters probably doesn't cut it for some areas unless you're managing the habitats and processes that maintain that population.
Yes, I mean, I understand that. So, I suppose then Mr. Silva's rule, proposed rule about limiting removal of vegetation to 250 square metres won't capture the rare, the small wetland species that you've just talked about.
Well, hopefully they're not going to be clearing wetlands. That's something else altogether. We've been facing this issue with the New Plymouth plan that I was involved with earlier this month, or middle of last month. For us, the 250 square meters was pragmatic. It would allow somebody to put up a house if they were going to, kind of idea. So that's where that was my thinking around the 250 square meters. It's a pragmatic size. You're not going to stop somebody clearing 1 square meter, but on the coastline where a lot of the threatened species are, there are other rules that do protect those sites from being bulldozed and the habitat being destroyed. So the 250 was merely pragmatic to allow people to get on with life. That was all. It wasn't hoping to save every special plant. Hopefully there'll be, if the rules will trigger an environmental impact assessment, which may or may not pick up those plants or the skink that's dripping in the grass or something. So yeah, there's no ecological reason for it. If you wanted it in ecological regions, you'd be down to searching every single last square meter kind of thing.
Thank you. That's
yeah.
a useful explanation. Thanks.
Okay.
Mr. Pomare?
Kia ora, Mr. Lecoq. Thanks very much for your evidence. And also for your appraisal of the robust methodology you say has been adopted by Wildlands in identifying and mapping the SNAs. Just in the context of the Environment Court case that the legal submissions have highlighted for us around the overlooking of the identification of a significant area of Indigenous vegetation that provided important habitat for the long-tailed bat. I was just wanting to get some reassurance from you in your expert opinion and of your confidence that there are no areas of significant Indigenous vegetation in Porirua that may provide important habitat for Indigenous fauna that could have been overlooked in the assessment of significance criteria for the SNAs. Are you confident that that those habitat areas have been captured?
No, those habitat areas probably haven't been captured. I think if you look at, there was the situation in Whitby, grasslands, exotic grasslands, but it was full of lizards, full of skinks. So I think with Mr. Goldwater's evidence of trying to maintain the exotic vegetation within an SNA was around that birds, skinks, insects using those areas. Sometimes you've got mistletoes growing on them. I mean, the best patch of one of the mistletoes in the Wanganui area was on a avenue of hawthorn. So you don't know what you're going to find with the adventure park. We got them to look into bats because there are bat records at Makara. So, and the bat people were saying 15 kilometers away, very good chance that there are bats in the district. So that became something that we pushed them to look into. Yeah, I think with a lot of the work going on around here, with the predator controls and so on, things are going to change. There are kaka records now from the sort of Arboretum area at Colonial Knob. So, yeah, the species are moving in, species are utilising the exotic habitats, and hopefully the environmental impact assessments will pick up on that. But to expect the SNAs to know about all those areas is, I mean, that's not feasible. So hopefully the rules allow inspections or investigations that will pick up on those areas with time. If the critters are there.
Thanks for highlighting that issue. It is something obviously that's really critical, and is a key focus of these provisions in the plan. So we will need to give some careful consideration to that one. Thank you.
I think that's it for you, Mr. Lecoq. We'll hand over to Mr. Silver.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your input.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate you listening. I've got to find the mute button.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you for the opportunity for being here today. Sorry, just 1 second. So I'll also take my evidence as read. As I have been introduced before, my name is João Paulo Silva, and all my qualifications, experience, code of conduct statement are all listed in my evidence. So if it's okay with the panel, I'll move on to the points I have raised on my evidence, and I'll use the framework I added to my addendum. So the first point I would like to start is with the lack of provisions for indigenous vegetation clearance outside the overlay areas. That's on paragraph 7.34 of my evidence. So from my perspective, there is a gap in the proposed plan for addressing indigenous biodiversity outside SNAs and the other overlays under natural environment, being outstanding natural landscapes, outstanding natural features, significant amenity landscapes, and the coastal environment high natural character areas. I believe this lack of provisions may lead to the loss of significant indigenous biodiversity and habitats of significant indigenous fauna. Considering there is no rule in the proposed plan for indigenous vegetation clearance outside these areas, this means that these pockets of indigenous vegetation, and here I refer to Mr. Lecoq evidence, not identified as SNA, are subject to no regulatory control unless their clearance is proposed as part of an activity that requires resource consent. In that case, conditions would suffice the requirement. I would like to support the proposed objective in EO2 from the Strategic Direction Natural Environment Section 42A report. However, I also consider that the rule framework for indigenous vegetation clearance needs to flow from it. In my evidence, I present Appendix C, which is a list of vegetation clearance rules outside of SNAs by a range of different councils. The purpose of those rules are to provide examples in case the panel decides to adopt a rule. And I note that the councils listed differ from PCC in regards to rural and urban character. So hence the proposed rule we are proposing here for Porirua City differs in clearance limits from those other rules. For instance, Central Hawke's Bay is proposing clearance of no more than 1 hectare per site per calendar year. Hastings, 1,000 meters squares. Invercargill, 500 square meters within the coastal environment, 1,000 square meters outside of the coastal environment. And considering Porirua does not have like a significant rural character, I believe a 250 meter square limit would be suitable for the built environment and for the areas identified for future development, including the rural lifestyle zone. And this would provide a good trigger point for council in order to assess the clearance. Also considering that the minimum area for an SNA is 500 square meters. I also believe that the 250 limit would also allow for appropriate maintenance of the property, would allow for access, and as Mr. Lecoq just pointed out, would also allow for a building platform for a residential unit. As Ms. Anton pointed out, we took in consideration Section 76 for A and 4B. So, and my suggestion aligns with her that we could exclude trees and groups of trees from urban environment allotments from the proposed rule. The next point I would like to address is the amendment of definition of significant natural area. This is at paragraph 7.42 in my evidence. So the purpose of the amendment is to address concerns relating to the protection of future identified SNAs, considering that the notified definition is limited to the SNAs already identified within Schedule 7. I agree with the officer's report that the inclusion of new information to the plan will be subject to a plan change or may Schedule 1 process. However, if an SNA is identified via an assessment of environmental effects, it will not be protected by plan provisions until a plan change comes to fruition. So having that signal would be beneficial. So my recommendation to the panel is to amend the definition of SNA as proposed by Queen Elizabeth II to include SNAs identified throughout the life of the plan that meets the criteria under Policy 23 of the original policy statement. Apologies. Moving forward, next point is the introduction of objectives to ecosystems and indigenous biodiversity. This is listed in my evidence on paragraph 7.55. Forest and Bird are seeking the inclusion of 2 new objectives to the indigenous biodiversity chapter. The first objective reads, subdivision, use, and development is managed to ensure that ecological function and protective buffering from hydrological and ecological systems are maintained and restored. And the second objective, the district's indigenous biodiversity is maintained and enhanced. I agree with the submitter that there's a gap in the proposed plan relating to managing ecological values outside SNAs. I believe the first proposed objective or similar will provide for better protection of ecological values outside of SNAs. Regarding the second objective, I believe the new proposed objective N02 from the strategic direction, if the panel decides to adopt that objective, there's no need to adopt the second objective from Forest and Bird. I think that the new NEO2 would suffice that. So therefore, my recommendation to the panel, again, is to adopt objective NEO2 and to accept submission 225.147 in part and include the first objective as quoted in my evidence in paragraph 7.55. The next point is the provision relating to setbacks from wetlands, and that's at paragraph 7.2. So I believe the the district plan should regulate setbacks from wetlands. I acknowledge that the NESF regulates setbacks from wetlands. However, I believe having a standard in the plan would achieve more clarity and certainty for the reasons highlighted in my evidence. I also believe a more far-reaching setback than the ENESF would achieve better protection for the wetlands by having a larger buffer from the activity, and it will also achieve better consistency with Plan Change 18, Plimerton Farm. The reference for introducing setbacks for building and structures is also driven from Plan Change 18, and also because the proposed plan have setbacks as well from buildings and structures from rivers and the coast, as pointed by Ms. Anton. And I also would like to refer to my comments that the effects of development in wetlands go beyond vegetation clearance and earthworks. The effects are ongoing, and without appropriate setbacks, there's potential for loss of vegetation, loss of amenity, loss of public access, and increased threats through greater density of people and pets. I highlight the NPSFM in regards to integrated management and Section 31A of the RMA that provides direction for the responsibilities of local authorities in having provisions to achieve also integrated management and effects from use and development from protecting associated natural and physical resources. My next point is the amendment sought for EcoP3, and this is at paragraph 7.28. EcoP3 is a permissive enabling policy and should be constrained to the specific activities, as written, the policy enables any and all vegetation clearance in an SNA. Further, EcoP3 will be applied to assess whether non-compliant activities are consistent or not with the plan's policies. Having a non-exhaustive list makes it more likely a non-compliant activity will get through the gateway test under Section 104D of the RMA. Therefore, the term limited to will, in this case, work better than including by achieving certainty. So my recommendation to the panel is to accept doc submission point 126.12 and amending the policy to read limited to. Next point, it's the exclusion from inappropriate use and development from ECO 01, and that's at paragraph 7.47. First, I'd like to agree with the recommendation to remove the qualifier identified throughout the chapter from the officer's report. I agree with the statement that the qualifier identified limits protection to the values identified within an SNA at time of mapping. The policy report notes that this is consistent with policy 24 of the RPS. But however, section 60 of the RMA is not limited in this way, and it is directive on its requirement to protect SNAs. So the way I see it, section 6C is more enabling than policy 24, and therefore it will also give effect to policy 24. So my recommendation my suggestion to the panel is to accept the submission to 25146 and amend ECO 01 as suggested above at paragraph 7.47. Yes. My next point is the activity status amendment for ECO R9. ECO R9 was notified as non-complying. Excuse me. However, the officer's report has suggested to amend it to discretionary. A non-complying status for SNA sends a clear signal to discourage development in a sensitive area. A discretionary status will prevent assessment under Section 104D of the RMA. Considering that a catch-all rule has the intent to capture activities that are not expected, I believe it would be useful for Council to test the proposal against the plan's policies and objectives. Therefore, my suggestion to the panel is to keep Rule ECO R9 as notified. Next point, amendments to Rule NFL-R2 and Standard NFL-S2. This is at paragraph 7.61 of my evidence. I agree with the officer report that some degree of vegetation removal in natural features and landscapes could be permitted. However, I believe the matters of discretion under NFLS2 do not reach far enough to provide Council with appropriate tools to consider the effects. The discretion is limited to the scale of vegetation removal and effects of identified values and characteristics in Schedules 9 and 10. Which are focused on natural features, landscapes, and amenity. So I'm proposing as an ecological survey as a matter of discretion, because an ecological survey would provide Council with an assessment of the ecological values of the area or site, including valuable plants, habitats, and mobile fauna. Therefore, my recommendation to the panel is to add another matter of discretion for NFLS2, requiring an ecological survey, as described in my evidence. And also a note under NFL-R2, just linking to NFLS2. My next point is rules for from vegetation removal. So ECO R1, ECO R2, and ECO R3. Submission point 126.19 seeks that the same rules should apply for indigenous and non-indigenous vegetation removal, because non-indigenous vegetation can provide significant habitat for indigenous fauna. I agree with the recommendation in the officer's report to delete the word indigenous from indigenous vegetation throughout the chapter. However, I note from the new proposal for ECO R2 and ECO R3 that in case the panel decides to accept the amendments proposed by the officer's report, an advice note will also be needed regarding the overlaps between these two rules with ECO R1. So Eco R2 sets the permitted activity thresholds for pest plant removal, and Eco R3 the permitted activity conditions for restoration and maintenance of SNAs. However, the plan could be interpreted that Eco R2 also needs to be complied with in these situations. I do not consider that's the intent. Eco R1 will apply to indigenous vegetation and non-indigenous vegetation when it is not classified as a pest plant. As such, I recommend an advice note that clarifies that Eco R1 does not apply when Eco R2 and R3 can be relied upon. I suggested two options, so a draft advice note, and alternatively, just like a small amendment to Eco R1, as listed in my evidence. My next point is amendment to policy Eco P4, and this is at paragraph 7.31. So the Director General submission point 126.13 seeks that policy Eco P4 to be deleted or to clarify its relationship with Eco P2. I agree with the officer's report regarding the deletion of criteria E through G. However, I believe Eco P4 is still slightly unclear. So under Eco P41, there's no need to apply the effects management hierarchy, as these are prescribed under Eco P2. I believe criterion A would be useful retain, as ecological assessment will provide valuable context to council when assessing an application, but mostly to send a direction for applicants regarding the requirements for preparing the application. Under C, fragmentation should be dealt with in a similar way to the effects management hierarchy by avoiding where possible or otherwise minimizing. And criterion D can be interpreted as supporting development within an SNA if some of it, especially building platforms and access ways, are located outside of the SNA. I consider it inappropriate to promote development in an SNA just because some part of it would occur outside of the SNA. As required by policy Eco P2, the development should be avoiding effects on SNAs where possible. Therefore, I suggest the panel to consider retaining A and B, clarifying the purpose of C, and deleting D. My next point is amendments to Policy Eco P12. That's at paragraph 7.46. This is a point of agreement. I just would like to suggest the panel to accept Forest and Bird's comment and the officer's report recommendation to accept the amendments proposed, because I believe then we'll give better effects to the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. My last point is the amendment for vegetation clearance and new operating walkways. This point will be dealt regarding the infrastructure chapter. However, it related to ecological matters. And I acknowledge at this stage the deletion of Eco R1-1.A.4.IV at this stage. However, I would like to state that I agree with the submission point from Department of Conservation where maintenance of walkways is considered appropriate as a permitted activity. However, vegetation clearance for new and for upgrading walkways should, without an ecological assessment of the values, it's not considered appropriate. The construction of a 2.5 meter walkway would require a significant wider construction corridor. So that's me, and now I'm open for questions.
Mr. Silva, initial question from me about your comments at paragraph 7.29. You say that as written, the policy enables any and all vegetation clearance in an SNA. And I wanted to ask you if, on reflection, you might you might agree that that's a little overstated, given that it's enabling vegetation removal where it's of a scale and nature that maintains the biodiversity values. That's as recommended by council staff. So if there's anything not on the list, it has to maintain biodiversity values. So what's the problem?
Yeah, I note your comment and I agree. I think my point here it's more relating to including, because including, yeah, as we all know, it will state that, I mean, it's not limited to the points below. So including could be like anything else. But yeah, I agree with your comment, and it's noted.
Yeah, my point being, anything else has to maintain biodiversity values. If it maintains biodiversity values, is that something that should be regulated?
Um, I think, yeah, I think that would cover that. I mean, your point. However, I still believe that limited to would provide more certainty. I think the word included could suggest more activities.
Yes, obviously, it would
Mhm.
provide more certainty, but is there a good reason to regulate activities that maintain biodiversity values?
If I look at the policy, let me just give you 1 second. Um, Sorry, I haven't thought it. Because I guess the identified biodiversity values here will be the ones, yeah, identified for Schedule 7, right? So,
You also need to take account of the fact that the 42A report is recommending removal of the word identified.
all right, yeah, that's correct. Hmm. Yeah, so yes, I mean, as I said, I agree with your point, but I would still prefer, I mean, suggest um, to change including to limited to. Sorry if I can take this any further.
Okay, Commissioner Sinclair, I think we'll go another. Okay, can we just take a break? We're up to the scheduled morning tea. We'll come back and talk to you further, Mr. Silva.
Mm-hmm.
So we could resume at 5 to 11.
Yes, that's sounds good.
Mr. Silva, are you out there?
Yes, I am.
I'll ask Mr. Commissioner Sinclair to if he's got any questions for you.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Silva. I've just got a couple of questions. In that part of your evidence where you're referring to those two new objectives to be included, they're the ones I think you're referring to from Forest and Bird.
That's correct.
Yeah. So just in relation to those, I couldn't see in your evidence anywhere where there was a justification in terms of the Section 32 appropriateness of those objectives in terms of meeting the Act. Am I missing something, or is that?
I mentioned Section 31 functions because subdivision use and development fall under functions of territorial authorities, and the rest of
Which page and paras are you referring to, please?
So I'm on page 26, paragraph 7.58.
So I don't mean Section 31. I mean Section 32.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so I was just trying to justify like my analysis, but I did not provide a Section 32 analysis to answer your question, no.
Yeah, we had set out in paragraph 42 of the our second minute on the hearing procedures that would be of assistance to us in terms of us carrying out our function under 32AA. My other question was just in relation to the proposal to accept the QE2, the amendment of the definition of SNAs to include, so that it could include, my understanding was, wider areas outside SNAs. From a planning perspective, is having a definition, it seems to be directing what the policy framework of the plan is. Is that best planning practice?
I believe in that regards, I was limited to on scope to the submission from Queen Elizabeth II because we didn't have a submission point in that regard. So I agree that perhaps the best planning option for addressing SNAs throughout the life of the plan, perhaps, I mean, on a more high-level approach would be throughout objectives and policies instead of a definition. I agree with you. But again, like I propose that in regards to our scope. And my apologies for not having the Section 32A analysis. Yeah, but I missed that from the... And I'll make sure that won't happen again.
Okay, nothing further from me.
Mr. Williams?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Mr. Tamara? That's all from me, Mr. Silva. Returning to Ms. Anton and Ms. Broad, I think that's it from us for the doc team in Stream 2. I've noted, Ms. Anton, some things that you were going to come back to me. It would be of assistance if you could revert by close of business Friday with not looking for any great formality. An email to the hearing administrator would be just fine, but the panel's going to be pondering what we ask council staff to specifically reply on, so it'd be useful to have all submitter inputs by close of business Friday, so we can pull everything together and figure out where we think we need further assistance from the staff.
Understood, Commissioner. Thank you, and thank you on behalf of all of the DOC team for the opportunity to present today.
Well, thanks also to you and your team for your contribution to the hearing. It's much appreciated. Appreciate the issues in Stream 2 in particular are at the forefront of the department's advocacy role, and that they're therefore of considerable importance from that regard. We'll look forward to hearing from you again in future streams.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Next is Mr. Collins.
Hello.
Hello, is that Mr. Collins?
Hello. Yes, it is. I'm having trouble zooming in my phone, but I can read you my submission points.
Well, the audio is just fine. We can certainly hear you. We have the two sets of material that you've provided to us, so you don't need to read it to us, but if you'd like to have any additional comments or anything you want to particularly highlight in it, now's the time.
Yes, that's the reason I was wanting to give you my thoughts. The two submissions we gave you were regarding all these protected areas having their own set of conditions, and these need to be recognised because these conditions conflict with the proposed plan rules and policies in the new district plan, and also the need for compulsory fencing and pest control protect the ecological values of the SNMA land. I've included a copy of the documents from Porirua City from 2000, which is the only public consultation the council did with the landowners, and in that document the council set out that it was not in their interest to be involved in the protected areas. So this formed our decisions regarding the land management. Forestry has a life of 30 to 40 years between harvests, so 20 years, and the council's throwing out that public consultation document and imposing the new rules and policies certainly grates on that values. I would like to just draw your attention, we're already having conflicts with what's set out in the new policies and plans with the agreement we have in the covenant documents, and also with the management aims of the K&E we have with the Regional Council. And I'll just highlight one of these already. The Quad Trust does 2 yearly monitoring of the covenants. This involves photo points, vision the canopy and the undergrowth. The last monitoring visit was pointed out that there was a high number of pest animals in the covenants coming in from the SNA land surrounding it, and we were asked to do further pest control works. So this involved building an extra 1.5 kilometres of walking track through the covenant to set out trap and bait lines, and also to being able to access to shoot the pest animals. So this is already conflicting with the rules outlined in the proposed district plan about building walking tracks, which is not prohibited, and also the trimming of vegetation, which is not allowed unless a registered arborist does the work. So already I have a problem with do I follow the Queen Elizabeth Trust officer's instructions regarding the covenant agreement, regarding pest control, and also the Regional Council's management plan regarding pest control, or do I follow the Porirua City's rules and not cut walking tracks and have no access into the covenant, and therefore breaching the covenant agreement and the management plan? The second one is regarding the boundaries, which are clearly set out in the covenant documents with a survey plan and also on the title. The SMA boundaries are vaguely set out on an aerial photo, which are not very clear, but already the SMA has taken the setback area, which is set out in the forestry rules. So that 10-metre setback has now been included in the SMA land and is not part of the covenant, but in that setback area has been planted a number of native trees for harvest. This will be now prohibited under the new rules, along with the new house site, which we have agreement under the covenant agreement to build. That has also been included in the SMA land area. Therefore, we are unable to build on the most suitable site on the land, thus taking away our property rights. Also in the setback area is an area of manuka, which has been planted for firewood harvest, which has also now been prohibited under the SMA rules, which is rather disappointing. And also my wife's orchard is also included in that area of setback, and now included in the SMA land. So already we have a number of problems. The other thing is the driveway we maintain through the covenant, under the agreement with Covenant Queensland Trust, we are able to do the maintenance on it. We are now unable to trim that driveway because we need a registered arborist reporting to the Porirua City Council. This is even though I hold a unit standard, recognised New Zealand unit standard under my horticultural diploma. So at great expense, I will have to employ an arborist to trim the driveway and report to the council. This also included in the SMA is a loadout area at the bottom of the driveway, which is also in doubt. So the harvesting of the next lot of trees, which is going to commence very shortly, is in doubt. The other interesting thing about this is I believed at the time of the public consultation in 2000, this set out the rules of engagement, that the council were not interested in imposing a lot of unnecessary rules and policy on land that was already protected, or landowners doing the right thing, and, in protecting the ecological areas the city has. Now, just returning to the second submission about the fencing and the pest control, I note the council has recognised lizards as an important part of the SMA, but has failed to recognise the endangered plants, one of which I've taken from the DOC endangered plant list, the Ramnopholis somnambii. This is in the threatened plants field guide for the Wellington Conservatory, and is only found in the Battle Hill and surrounding SMA land. Along with this is the Koikoe Tawa mix, which you will see from the photo I've sent you of an area completely deluded of any regeneration. This will become the climax forest in this Porirua City coastal area, and is already a threatened forest in its own right. So as you can see in the photo, there's no regeneration at all in this area, and already the trees are dying, the canopy is opening up, and pest weeds such as old man's beard and banana passion fruit is making an appearance. So one wonders exactly why the council has decided that fencing is not a priority to protect the ecological values in these areas. I will note that Auckland City have a policy regarding wetlands where one needs to, which is called a wetland monitoring plan. When applying for a building consent, one needs to engage an ecologist to prepare a report on such things as fencing and pest control as a way forward to protect them. I note my neighbour has a new subdivision which has gone down to 5-hectare lot sizes, of which 4 hectares is an SMA. One the council could easily apply this policy to cover such things as building consent in this new subdivision, and also any subsequent applications for subdivision, that an SMA monitoring plan is necessary to go ahead. Tori and I actually agree on one thing, that one is unable to stop landowners raising an SMA with stock or pest animals. I'm not too sure exactly how it's been arrived at this idea, but if one applied the Auckland Council plan, it would probably take care of the problems regarding this. The present SMAs already under protection in the city is over 50%, so the numbers needing fencing and pest control are in low numbers. And I wondered whether Tori has actually explored other forms of avenue of funding apart from the ratepayers, for including the central government's funding for nature, which hundreds of thousands have been applied and put into catchment management, and also Predator-Free New Zealand and the regional council's own conservation grants. So again, I also wondered about where this fitted into the Porirua City's integrated management plan for the inlet. Looking at the photo I supplied, you can certainly see there's nothing being done despite the promises that Porirua City have made to help landowners with fencing and pest control for the past 20 years. So it's probably a failure on Porirua City's account on not helping or giving the landowners tools to do it, but a set of plans and rules and policies which make this work extremely difficult. I would just like to finish with the council declaring a climate emergency. The Climate Commissioner's report calling on an extra 35,000 hectares per year to be planted back into native. Some of this will come from regenerating areas like the photo I've supplied. It is rather disappointing that the council has talked about a climate emergency but has failed to actually help landowners to undertake this planting and protection of these regenerating areas. There is figures out that you can lift carbon sequestration in these areas by 15 to 30% by good pest control and fencing. So again, the council has failed to recognise this in their plan. Also, in the plan itself, there's no mention of carbon farming and supporting that model across the partner area. Again, by the council supporting good fencing and pest control efforts, this will improve biodiversity values and water quality, soil stability and steep lands, and cultural and spiritual values in these areas. And again, I think it's just a cop-out that the council has failed to back this up in deeds rather than just writing it off, because at the end of the day, these areas will disappear, as we have found very quickly with sustained pressure from stock and pest animals, and without fencing, we are wasting our time. So that's about me. That's all I've got to say. I think I've set it out pretty well in those submissions I sent you. So if you guys got any questions, I'm quite happy to answer them.
I have an initial question, Mr. Collins. It's Trevor Robinson, the chair. You're talking about your own property and partly in Kiwi2 Covenant. What's your address?
729 Paikakariki Hill Road. So it's just up the road from Battle Hill. It's actually part of the Battle Hill bush, and it's one of the largest privately owned native forests in Porirua City.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinclair?
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Collins. So in terms of, I've looked at your submissions, and that you've particularly requested some amendments to the Eco 01, the objective in 26, and Eco 03, that policy. Just in relation to that matter of relief sought, the first, can I characterise it correctly that what you want to see is it's that because some of your land is controlled by, you have a covenant on it with the QE2 that requires you to do certain things in relation to maintaining the bush there, that should be reflected in that policy, those QE2 requirements. Is that correct?
That's correct, and also it's covered by the management plan created by Greater Wellington for K&E.
Right.
And that also requires pest work. What I was asking was for the council to recognise these particular areas and maybe exclude them from that SNA list and put them in a separate appendix, if you like, with a statement that they are already covered and protected by really strict rules, which is probably stricter than what the council is trying to impose, but because they're actually tailored with the landowner to reflect the management requirements. And that's quite difficult. I think I also said that this policy appears to be trying to cover a wide range of land values, whether it's multi-owned landscape areas or the smaller urban type sections. And I don't think one size fits all. I think it actually does itself a disservice. I think the emphasis on the need for arboricultural, approved arboriculturalists to do the work is really unrealistic in a rural setting of when you've got many many hectares of land as opposed to a very small urban section. So in my case, like the driveway, having to employ a arborist to do the work when at the moment under the covenant we are able to do the work ourselves, and we have been doing that work for 40 years without any issues. So really I'm just trying to separate the two out, and perhaps it needs to be looked at that the category needs to be broadened. I'd just like to say that it's much better to give landowners a toolbox of things, toolbox of actions to do rather than impose rules on them and beat them up with a big stick. Especially myself, I feel rather beaten up because for 40 years I've been doing the right thing to protect these special areas. So, as I said, the council gave a guarantee 20 odd years ago that it was not in their interest to interfere in the property values of these particular areas and their owners. So again, it's a bit negative in the restoration and trying to get the landowners to undertake restoration when the council will come in with a big stick, beat them up and say, you shall not do that or you shall not do this, even though they've got no knowledge of the property.
Thank you. My second question is in relation to, you mentioned in your presentation that you were not that, you weren't happy with, that some of the SNA lines had been incorrectly shown on the district plan to include things such as, I think you mentioned your wife's orchard and some other areas. Have you had any visits from the council or council-employed ecologists in relation to those boundaries and where they should be?
No, I've never had a visit from an ecologist.
Okay. Did you invite?
I actually find it disappointing that the QE2 Trust actually approached the council to GPS these areas out of the SMA land, and that was refused by the council. That would have been at no cost to the council. So again, I find the negativity of the council that these lines are actually fixed in time, and that's it. We're not moving, we're not budging, even though the boundaries of the covenant are nowhere near the lines drawn on the map. Just because it's got some greenery on it doesn't mean it's bush. So
I understand.
It's actually been put aside as that setback. It's actually the setback from the forest And I feel that probably in 20, 30 years' time when I harvest again, the council will require another 10, 30 metre setback from the bush edge. So I'll lose another 20, 30 metres, if you can understand that. So it's actually the setback that's been drawn in there. It's not the covenant boundary at all. That's what I'm saying. By recognising the covenants as a separate thing in the district plan, then you can transfer the boundaries of the covenant, which are already surveyed and on the titles, and the property owner understands where they are. It makes things a lot clearer and transparent.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further from me.
Commissioner William?
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Just one quick clarification from you. Are you saying you've got 3 different areas identified on your land? You've got an SNA, you've got a QE2 site, and your KNE. Is the KNE, is that overlapped by the SNA, or is it a separate site?
No, there's all 3 types of protected of the land on our farm. So we've got two covenants, which are at the front and the rear of the property. One which Tories actually recognised and put the proper name on. The first one's on the front of the property. Because it's got that rare endangered plant on it, that's why the council's designated as a K&E, even though that rare endangered plant is not listed in the district plan as such. So unfortunately on the surrounding SMA land, all that endangered plant has now been eaten by the goats, so it's all a bit negative. So so we're actually trying to manage land now with 3 sets of rules on it, and they're actually conflicting with each other.
Right, thank you. That's very useful.
Commissioner Pomare?
Kia ora, Mr. Collins. Thank you very much for your submission. Just a quick question for you in relation to the nature of the conditions or requirements that are imposed as part of the QE2 covenant. Aside from pest management control, are you able to elaborate a little bit further on what those requirements are?
Yes, I can. They're actually quite tailored to the property.
I see.
So we are able to maintain an access way to our forest through the covenant.
Right.
This includes the load out area beside the road. We can also able to build a house, which is actually now in that setback zone of the SMA land, and with that can actually encroach into the covenant itself. So that property right has now been taken away. I note that unless you have a service property under the new rules, that is sewage and water to the boundary, you are able to build in the SMA land in the urban area, but in the undeveloped rural areas with no power or phone or sewage or water to the boundary, it looks like you are unable to build. So I'm taking it now that the district plan has taken away our ability to actually build on our property in Part Nui, the best site being in that area at the top where we're in the SMA setback zone. So I'm very pissed off about that because it affects the economic value of our property to any future owners. And it certainly makes me question why I even bothered to fence and undertake pest control and put this thing into a covenant 40 years ago when I could have just bulldozed the lot and planted it with pine trees. So, it's certainly not a reward for 40 years worth of effort.
I understand your concern entirely, and it's one that has been echoed by other submitters and one that we're giving very careful consideration to. So just in light of what you've said, does the statement still hold true for you? In your submission, you've said that the covenanted protected areas have stronger rules in protection of vegetation than the rules outlined in the PDP in relation to SNAs. Do you still hold to that statement?
Yes, I do, because it's actually been tailored to to the property itself and recognises its values, but also the QE2 Trust actually monitors the condition of the covenants every 2 years with photo points, measuring the understory and canopy condition, and they can also enforce that through the courts. I've never seen the council anywhere near this property in 30 years. We actually battled the council to get our rate relief back under the QE2 Trust Act, and despite submissions to the council, they refused to give us back our rates relief, which was granted by Hutt County Council, which is the predecessor to Porirua City, until we went to Queen Elizabeth Trust, who went back to Parliament and changed the Act and forced Porirua to give us back the rates relief. So I'm afraid Porirua City's conservation ethics are questionable.
Thank you for that. No further questions from me. Thanks very much.
Sorry, Mr. Collins, in relation to that house site and what have you, does the boundary of the SNA need to be amended to provide for that?
I'd like it actually returned to the Queen Elizabeth Trust surveyed boundary on the title, so there is no more question from me or future owners actually where that boundary goes. And instead of becoming a movable feast where in 20, 30 years' time I can see the skid site, which is regenerating back into native, being taken as an SMA land, and when then we were unable to use it for harvest. Yep. And again, actually fencing that designated boundary on the aerial photos is probably technically impossible because it doesn't follow the actual contours or the natural sort of area where we would want to build a fence. So the QE2 Trust boundaries are, as I said, surveyed and understood and could be fenced or whatever. We've actually moved the fence off back to the edge of the forest to the setback zone, so it's probably our own fault for doing so. But by recognising the protected areas in the district plan as an entity, then one can recognise these boundaries as being fixed. So it gives certainty to the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins, for your contribution to our hearing. We've taken on board what you've had to say, and we'll need to think about it quite carefully.
Well, thank you very much. As I said, I would like to have been there and present this in person. It's very difficult over the phone. If you want a field visit, I'm quite happy to host you, and you can view some of these issues. I believe my neighbours have submitted. My other neighbours have said I'm wasting my time. I hope I'm not wasting my time. I hope I've highlighted some of these issues. But unless you're familiar with the area, as I said, you can't write a one-size-fits-all plan, I don't believe, for the many varied sizes and property owning, in the district plan. So I think it should be broken up and categorised a little bit more and a bit more thought put into it. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. We have Mr. Walker coming in.
Hello.
Thanks very much for your time.
Mr. Walker.
Walker, coming in.
I am, if I can make this machine work. Yeah, how does that work? Oops.
Yes, we can hear you.
Right, here we go.
Mr. Walker, you have the floor.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Graham Walker. I am owner and sole proprietor of Samantha Montgomery Limited, which in turn owns 3A Solway Place. Samantha Montgomery Limited. There is nobody called Samantha Montgomery Limited. They are two Newfoundland dogs we had some time ago, and for some reason it seemed like a good idea. I'm professionally an engineer. I'm in my early 70s. This plot of land is a substantial part of my retirement planning, and an SNA lodged effectively against the full area virtually writes off any form of retirement planning we've had. It is a major blow. And because it's based on a report which, in my view, verges on frivolous, And council behaviour, which is distinctly questionable, it's obviously of great concern. Porirua City Council advised us in 2020 that we weren't allowed to do any work on that land without a consent, and duly we've stayed away from it. And the decline in property ecology since that time is deeply disturbing. Rubbish dumping by neighbours, weeds, thorns, etc. are particularly distressing because previously we've done a huge amount of work on the property, getting rid of pine trees and controlling thorn. Indeed, if we hadn't done that work, we probably wouldn't be meeting with you today. We are talking about an SNA because of the value of the work we've done on it, and in stark contrast to the adjacent public land reserved by Porirua City Council, which is in far worse condition. And yet, while we're denied access to the property and we watch it declining, we're still required to pay rates on it. In our original submission, but deleted from the summary which has been passed around, in 2013, a neighbouring property, 2013 Solway Place, were advised that they'd been given notice by the council of the council's intention to make our land, quote, a protected reserve, unquote. We received no such notice. Porirua City Council planning section advised it was up to us to produce the notice, even although they were the ones who generated. So in that regard, a local government official information request has been lodged, and we'll see where that takes us. I would suspect it probably will go on from there to the Ombudsman, since we don't appear to have a great deal of cooperation or discussion. The fact that this notice of intention to turn our property into a protected reserve predates the SNAs is of particular concern, as it suggests that the Porirua City Council had already predetermined their goals. Initially, we were offered the opportunity to join an inspection of the site. We declined the first available date, offered only hours before it was due, because we were committed to some emergency works for an adjacent local authority. This was on the strict and written agreement that there would be further opportunity for joint inspection. In the event no such inspection occurred, Porirua City Council advising they did not have a phone number, despite having had perfectly satisfactory email traffic prior to that time. However, based on the inaccuracy of the reports and the evidence provided, it appears the reviewer didn't visit the site either. The reviewer, he advises he viewed the property from an undefined vantage point, unquote. In this manner, he appears to try and meet the code of conduct requirement to qualify any shortcomings and information provided. It then goes on to make assertions well beyond that which can be determined from an undefined vantage point. For example, he refers to occasional emergent radiata pine, unquote. As can be seen in photograph F of our written submission, taken from the property frontage, you cannot view the site from the adjacent public road without noticing a significant grove of a dozen mature pine trees dominating the southern wing of the property. The report identifies also a relatively large area in the northernmost area of SN 102. In fact, the northern property of the boundary is omitted from the photograph which is appended to the report, but comprises long grasses, thorns, broom and scrubs, photograph A in our written submission. This is clearly visible from the public walkway at the top of the property. This area of land was previously dominated by mature pine trees, which were removed in 2012-2013. A huge amount of work because there's no vehicle access there, so everything had to be cut down to manually handle sizes and taken out. It took over 2 years. This part of the study was inspected by Porirua City Council Senior Policy Analyst Matt Musprant in 2013, who agreed in his email of 2 May 2013 to remove this area for what was then the urban vegetation study. No such recognition is given in this SNA. So there are if you don't want to get your boots dirty, there are 2 opportunities to have a close look at the site, the walkway at the end of Lillett Place and the Solway Place frontage, and it is clear that the reviewer has been to neither. The report also suggests the land has value as habitat for a rare bird, an unspecified subspecies of the New Zealand falcon. However, dock and fish and bird indicate the species in the lower North Island is the bush falcon, which lives in open forests and is highly unlikely to be found in urban areas. So that's their words, highly unlikely. It is an aggressive bird that occupies large forest areas, particularly pine, to accommodate its high-speed attack on prey. To suggest this land has value as a habitat is unbecoming. It appears advocacy and is contrary to the code of conduct. The report further expresses the view that the property forms part of the Papakofi escarpment. Now, there is no geological feature on our land that resembles an escarpment, nor in Papakofi for that matter. The term appears to be used with respect to a band of bush and steep terrain that starts from Wolfspike Ave and moves north to Livet Place. It was established at the time of the original subdivision, and all of it was vested as reserved for the council. It included no private land whatsoever. Our land was not part of that reserve, and had planners considered it had value at the time of the original subdivision, it would have been included then. The term Papakofi escarpment has more recently been moved on mapping to encompass our land as well, although the terrain hasn't changed. While the report describes the land as providing connectivity, except for the pine trees, our land is practically invisible from a distance. The view is dominated by the Porirua City Council Reserve, which lies above our land, and more particularly by the reserve above Dorchester Terrace, which is above the Porirua City Council Reserve. For context, the height differential between the top and bottom of our land is only 20% of that of the reserve above Dorchester Terrace. So you'll appreciate that the Dorchester Terrace bush is the dominant feature. We note that the adjacent lots 102 and 103 to 105 Eastdale Road are of similar size and terrain to our lot and with better vegetation, but are not even mentioned in the study. Not covered, no SNA. They are better. I've not been on them, but they clearly have better vegetation because they have gullies to damper, produce better bush, and there is no sign of open grassland on them on the aerial photographs, which there is on ours. Put together with the earlier notice making the land a protected reserve, it would seem unlikely that the goals of the SNA were paramount in making this review. The bush on our land comprises large tracts of gorse, broom, thorn, open grass, wandering dew, and exotics such as lupin trees and agapanthus. The grass is evident in the aerials, but has no mention whatsoever in the report. We estimate the above to be 70 to 80% of the overall area. We cannot assert that the balance is native vegetation of importance, as much of it is too overgrown to access. There is a substantial volume of biofuel within the land, and there's a potential fire hazard through summer periods. In the early periods when we owned this land, we were contacted by Porirua City Council and asked to do something about the fire risk on the property, so it has some long-standing significance of it. You will have seen on the aerial photographs attached to our report that this is farmland. It is not a habitual bush. Section 24 of the report notes that properties with more than 50% of property dominated by exotics were not, quote, not considered significant, unquote, and were removed from SNAs. Similar for areas, quote, not considered to be representative of the original habitat type, unquote, were removed. The original habitat in this instance is bare farmland. SN 103 lies directly across from Eastdale Road. SN 103 lies directly across Eastdale Road from our site, immediately downstream and in the same catchment. Therefore, reasonable to assume similar plant population. This site was reviewed by Boff and Miskell, and in consequence, the SNA removed. The reporter's assessment was found to be completely in error. Except for previous plans to compensate the property, we reasonably thought that SN 102 might be similarly treated to SN 103. So the consequence of this NA are immense. It removes a large part of retirement planning. And since we've been advised we require consent to work on the property, there's been an explosion of dumpings, thorns and weeds. The ecological quality of the property has declined markedly. The report is generalised, frivolous, and appears largely dominated by advocacy to support a predetermined plan of confiscation. Had there been genuine intent to assess the property based on actual merits, agreement of any of the many requests for a joint inspection would have formed an entirely different outcome. I listened to the last bit of the discussion with Mr. Collins, and obviously we share a view that the council intervention has had a negative effect on the ecology, not a positive one. And sadly, Porirua City Council has a reputation for that. Their attempts to improve the environment by licensing rural sewers, for example, actually made the situation worse in the end. Well-intentioned, but not well implemented. So I'm sorry to add a bit at the end. It's please anything I can clarify for you.
I have an initial question, Mr. Walker. The council staff have committed to us that they're open to Mr. Goldwater going back to any site where the landowner is happy to have them on the site and have another look. If you're obviously concerned that the boundaries are in the wrong place, or whether it qualifies at all, are you open to Mr. Goldwater coming on the property, or one of his colleagues, since he's locked down in Auckland at the moment?
Well, I'm interested that the council officers have made that opinion, because I've written, I think, 3 times to them saying I want that to happen, and they've come back and told me it's not possible.
Like accepting that was then and this is now, are you happy?
Yes, obviously I'm happy to be there. In fact, I've been trying to insist on it. I just doubt that the council are operating in good faith.
Well, I think I'm not suggesting that you should trust the system, but you should at least give the system a chance to work.
Possibly, I have given the system a chance, but I ask you in the same context to look back on the 2013 notice that they intended to make this a reserve before SNAs had even been discussed, that they already intended to make this a protected reserve. So I'm cynical about any good intent in it, but yes, absolutely happy to go along with it.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Sinclair.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you. That's very clear.
Commissioner Williams?
No questions, but thank you for your detailed submission and supplemented by your passionate presentation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Pomare.
Kia ora, Mr. Walker. Thanks very much for your submission, and no further questions from me either. Good luck with the site visit.
Thank you.
We'll be interested to hear what the outcome is, and as you might imagine. So thank you very much from me, Mr. Walker. As I say, we appreciate the time you put in and the photographic material you provided. It's always helpful to have a good fix on what you're actually talking about. It's not just the words. Pictures tell a lot. So as I say, thank you for your input. We appreciate your contribution to the process.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Mr. Boer, we're going to have any better luck today than yesterday?
Good morning.
Oh, that's a good start.
I could just hear it. It's very faint.
We can certainly hear you, Mr. Ingles. Mr. Boer is a bit faint, I think.
Yeah. Is my partner online as well, or am I driving solo again?
She is on the line, but
I can see. Yeah, I can hear a really faint voice.
Yes.
I assure you, at home she's way louder. I'll get into trouble for that one.
Yeah, well, I reckon I was thinking that you better hope that the mute button's on. Mr. Boer is very faint, but clearly audible. So I think the volume needs to be wound up.
So you know what? I'll try and if you can hear me better, I'll try and.
Well, we can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Ingles.
Okay, cool. So yesterday, I briefly said, for us, this is a touch point to understand and get like the summary of where we are, so it's clear in our heads of where council is. And I think we had 3 main questions to just sort of also keep it a bit sort of nice and short. And the first was, and I think there was a resounding yes, is does council acknowledge that this plan imposes limitations on property owners? And I think that's clear. It's the purpose of the plan is trying to make sure that there's certain areas that have a special status. So our second question is, does council also acknowledge that the limitations have a negative impact in terms of economic effects for owners of these affected properties? And I think that didn't really come across. Then we sort of, the conversation stopped. So I'm really keen to get your response to that.
I think it's pretty clear. that the restrictions do have economic impacts. I think that probably where you might part company from the council position is that they think the benefits outweigh those costs, but I don't think anyone is suggesting they don't have costs.
Okay, cool. I think we agree on that one, which is nice.
No, you faded out again. We've got two questions this time.
Got two.
We can hear you incredibly faintly, Mr. Boer.
I have no idea why, because I can hear you really well.
That's good.
Shout.
Well, if you speak as loudly as you can, we can just pick you up.
Right. I think the third question we have is if it's obvious that there's negative consequences for the owners, then what will the council do for the owners to compensate for that?
At the moment, nothing specific.
And why? So, can you hear me?
Yes, just.
So, why doesn't the council do anything for the owners, or is proposing to do something in the future for the owners?
I think at that point, it's past the point that I can supply you with an answer to that question. The 42A author has suggested that although there are costs, it's not appropriate for the general ratepayer to pick up those costs.
Yep.
But
That
that,
makes sense.
carry on, please.
Oh, I just wanted to say that makes sense. I heard some other people said the rate should be changed and that sort of thing, but I agree that that wouldn't be fair to the other ratepayers. But surely there must be other ways to do that.
Other submitters, a submitter earlier today suggested that there were other avenues that perhaps the council should be considering through either central or regional government money.
So is this something that you, as the council, are working on?
I think at that point you distinguish between what we're doing, which is trying to finalise what the district plan says.
Hello.
Oh, you're back.
You have returned, Mr. Ingles. I don't know if you've been able to hear the discussion. We're struggling to hear Ms. de Boer. She's still very faint, but we've got the thrust. So we've got to the point of discussing other ways in which costs on on landowners from the SNA provisions might be addressed. And I was about to say that while I'm trying to assist and relay what the material before us is, our role is to finalise the district plan. What the council might do in its administration capacity is for the council to consider, but so there's a limit to what we can either do or suggest to you. But as I say, that's as far as we could probably take it. But have you got anything else that you would like to put to us?
gone again?
Yeah, I think he's gone again. He's a worry.
I really do apologise.
Understand. We were just trying to make the best use of the technology. We'd prefer to have you in the same room as us, but the COVID has imposed impossible restrictions on everyone.
Yes. No, I think those were our questions. I think other owners and parties have done a great job of putting everything that people could have an issue with on paper and put it forward. So we don't have a lot to add to that. I think our final question would be, where would we as owners go to with our problems to the council? Is that something you would be able to tell me?
What I'll do is I'll ask.
I've joined, by the way. Thank you.
Oh.
Here you are.
I think the answer to the final question Mr. Boers just asked us is that I'll ask the council staff, it's part of their reply. Well, Mr. McNell might be able to answer it on the spot. If the council wants, if these submitters want to talk to the council about what other avenues are available, who should they talk to?
Good morning, Mr. and Ms. De Boer. My name's Tori McDonnell. I'm a principal planner at Porirua City Council. There are a number of teams that are involved in biodiversity protection throughout council, but I'm very happy to be myself a point of contact for you if you want to further discuss options around other support packages council has around protection for biodiversity. I can also put you in touch with the regional council who have a land management officer assigned to the Porirua area who they do have funding in the form of fencing and planting works. So there is a modest package of a support package that I can assist you with. So please get in touch with me, and I can. I'll send through my contact details to you actually, so you've got them.
Good thought.
Thank you.
So I think that might be the best resolution. Mr. McDonnell will be in touch with you. I'll just ask my colleagues if anyone else has any questions for them.
Yeah, I've just got one question. Commissioner St Clair here. Just in terms of your submission, not the reasons, but what's the actual relief sought that you would want in relation to the district plan and the SNA 215, Diggins Gully Bush and High Ridge Bush? What is it that you're seeking the decision to be made in relation to that?
Well, I don't think we're very specific about one certain thing. We would just like to know what the options are and see if we can work with that.
Yeah. So, it says in the submission that you're opposed to it, so I understand that. Sorry, do you want it refined, removed? What is it that you want the decision to be made in relation to your submission?
I think for us the biggest hurdle is that we are.
Hello?
Hello? Are you ready again?
So for some reason you get auto muted, and I was talking to my phone thinking I'm not getting through. Sorry about that. So could I? Can you hear me now?
We can indeed.
Okay, cool. Weird session. Sorry about this. So I think our concern is we might want to develop future economic activities like farming related, etc., and things like consent process, potential limitations towards the activities that we might might want to deploy are not things that we can put on the table today. We would like to make sure that that this process doesn't limit us in the future, and then future state would go, actually, maybe in a year's time, 2 years' time, we go, oh, actually, we'd like to do da-da-da-da-da, and then we find a wall of limitations and challenges. And I think what we want to do now, because this is the process, this is the point in time that you're running the consultation, we would like to have an acknowledgement and get a practical, like a duty of care approach to property owners, so we don't socialize the benefit and then privatize the cost of having an area of natural significance. Because in principle, we love the bush that's starting to develop and we'd like to be supportive. We just don't want to be in a position that maybe a year from now or 2 years from now, we're stuck holding the short end of the stick and having to go through an onerous process, carry the cost for that onerous process related to having that part of the area on our property. I hope that makes sense. Is that relatable?
We understand. I'll ask my colleagues if there's any other questions.
No questions from me. No questions.
No, that's it from us. Thank you for persevering with the technology. It's been a bit trying, but I think you finally got your message across, and we understand where you're coming from. You'll be hearing from Mr. McDonnell about those other options, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. We'll sign it off.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Cheers. Have a great day.
Thank you. We have Mr. Arnold, hopefully waiting in the wings. Mr. Arnold. Hello. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can indeed. That's an improvement. We've been struggling with the technology with the last submitter, but you're coming through loud and clear.
That's good.
So you have the floor, Mr. Arnold. Tell us what you'd like to tell us.
First of all, good morning to you, Tēnā koutou. So I don't have my presentation number. I'm sure you've got that. It relates to SNA, Significant Natural Area 216. And that is part of a block that I own. I've owned since about 2003. And it has been used for significant forestry development, including the area covered by part of that proposed SNA. Now, I'm not sure, can I share a screen on this? Yes, it looks like I can. I'm going to share my screen with you so I can show you figure one.
Yeah.
Apparently I can't because the host has disabled that.
It's coming through. Just
okay.
Remain patient. Try again now.
Okay. That's got it.
The information superhighway takes a little bit of time to come through, but hopefully we'll get it shortly.
Okay, you should be able to see figure one now.
No, we can just see the PDF logo, not the contents of the PDF.
Okay. That's not very helpful then. I can see it on my screen.
It's a particularly attractive PDF, but but not very helpful.
Okay. If that's not going to work, then
the hearing administrator suggests that you could drag it, drag and drop
onto where?
Just drag it through the side of your screen from left to right.
Okay. And then here somewhere? Try that again.
Try it again.
Try again, or maybe if you just stop sharing and then reselect your share screen again.
Okay, does that make any difference?
Not at the moment, not yet.
Okay, let's get rid of that. And stop share. I'll try again with share screen. And there's a delay while I cannot see my own menu for a while. Now, is that coming through?
Just waiting for Godot.
Mr. Arnold, if you'd like to just email the document through to me. I just sent you an email about an hour ago, and then I'll just pop it up on the screen for you if you like.
Okay, that would be helpful. Not as good as being able to use my own cursor, of course. Do you have the printed copies there anyway? Because I did, it's the figure one I was attached to my submission.
Oh, we'll pull out your submission.
So, Mr. Arnold, it has a series of W numbers on it, and then in black, CN, BS, A, D, E, etc.
That's correct. That's the one. Okay. So that's the most important of those figures, although the rest are useful illustration. So I can presumably can't see the stop sharing anymore, so I'll just carry on as I go. The planting began since about 2004, and what I have done during the planting is to adopt a strategy of planting, first of all, windbreaks, which are exotics, and then following up, in this area at least, with native tree plantation forestry. The strategy there being that only the exotics were able to stand up to the wind strengths which were initially prominent through that valley. Within the proposed SNA, there is already a covenant dating from 1950, which I believe was from the time that the Luff family subdivided there. I think it was a 2,000 hectare block and made these other blocks available later on. There are some locally rare species, such as tower, which I have left undisturbed, and they are growing quite well now. And they, for your reference, are just beneath the block marked D above the track. And most of the, in fact, all of the covenanted area is south of the track and forms actually quite a lot of this proposed SNA. This is only the northern part of the SNA 216. Of course, the larger southern part is not on my particular area, not my block. So what I'm trying to suggest are reasons for this amendment is the first point is that some parts of this SNA include 10 to 15-year-old planted native and mixed native exotic forestry. And you can see pictures of those in figures 2, 3, and 4. And at least one prominent exotic windbreak, which is shown on that figure 1 as W2, which is the double line of eucalypts, which are rather thin in their crowns and didn't show up for that reason. The SNA also overlaps another windbreak, W1, which has a double line of pines going right down to the track. Other parts of this proposed SNA include areas of ongoing exotic forestry planting, which are shown in the other figures 5B, 6A, and 6B, in those figures I supplied to you. And these are largely acacias, a lot of rioreas actually, but planted as forestry, and some other species, for example, banksias, which are there mainly for increased availability of food for bird life. If these areas cannot be eventually harvested, then that represents a considerable commercial loss to me. The SNA also includes a substantial track, which you can see running from left to right of figure 1. And that is, that was originally created for the installation of the main gas pipeline to Porirua and Wellington, and is still used for the maintenance of that, of both those pipelines. This is actually, this area is known as the Gibbs Fault. So there's a fault line running through there, which the pipeline people have to consider quite carefully and maintain their pipe. More to the point, that right-of-way which includes that track and enabled it is 20 meters wide. So there could be further widening of that track if further equipment and plant were required for that track. It can also be noted that some of the forestry planted in 2016 or earlier, which are shown in figures 2, 3, and 4, and those are shown on figure 1 as blocks F, E, and B, was there, but was apparently not identified as such from the aerial photographs used to plan this proposed SNA. So there are some issues there with identification of what was on the ground. In addition, substantial further annual planting has taken place since that aerial photograph was taken. Now, there are more recent photographs available now, but I haven't had a chance to transfer all the information to those, nor could I submit them today as far as I understand the situation. So some additional detail there. The blocks of planted forestry within the current proposed SNA have a lot of windbreaks. W1 to W5 are all windbreaks, and W7 are also to W9. Most of these are double rows of eucalypts, Eucalyptus nitens mostly, except that W1 also has a row of pines, which was the very first I planted. Since then, I've given up planting pines, if you're interested. W2 also has a part row of karaka, or New Zealand cedar, which didn't grow at all well until I planted the eucalypts to give it some extra shelter. W4 has a further part row of eucalypts, so it's a triple row in a sense. W6, which is also within the SNA, is a double row of Banksia. That's Banksia integrifolia, coastal Banksia, also Banksia serrata, also known as Old Man Banksia. Blocks A to D are mainly planted with acacias, but one of block B, that's BS, contains a lot of rigoiwas, which are shown in the photographs in figure 4. And block BN contains a lot of Banksia integrifolia, about 200 in there. Along the track itself, on the berm, I've planted considerable numbers of kauri. There are about 35 along that stretch, bottlebrush, callistemon, and also ornamental acacia. And blocks CW and CE contain, in addition to the acacias, interplanted with them on a matrix, about 33% martai, which I've been growing here at home in pots for some 5 years before planting them out. And block E contains mainly tortora and rioriwa with a few acacias. And the tortora have done very well more recently, and the rioriwa have done extremely well. Blocks F and G contain Banksia species, but block F has also planted puriri, which are not visible in the photography there, but they are part of that same Porirua forestry, which you can ascertain as points going further up the hill as well. But just there, they look like an avenue. And Block G also has acacias and some grevilleas too, which are very good for nectar earlier in the year, as it happens. So in summary, I'd like to say that if this SNA is created as such, it will inhibit my further development of this block because I do not wish to put money into something for which there is not going to be any financial return. And that is against, as I see it, current strategy, which is to increase the level of native forestry and native plantings in this country. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll attempt to answer them.
Initial question, Mr. Arnold. The council officers have indicated to us that they're happy to ask their ecologist, Mr. Goldwater, and his team from Wildlands to go to properties if landowners are happy to give them access to have another look at on the ground at properties. Are you happy for a council consultant ecologist to come onto your property and have a look?
Yes, but I would ask that I can be there with them. So I would have to have an appointment. I have lots of days on the week I could arrange that.
Well, we'd hope that that might be possible. Commissioner Sinclair.
Sorry.
Mr. Arnold, so, going to that, the figure with the black shading and it's got ABC, the blocks set out on it. So am I correct that all of the ones called A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then they've been planted as commercial, for commercial harvesting purposes?
Correct.
Even though they're natives, right?
That's the idea. I belong to Tarni's Tree Trust, and they have that interest in their foundation that we are looking at planted commercial forestry using natives only.
Right. So do the windbreaks only form windbreaks, or are they part of the commercially grown as well?
Difficult to say. The windbreaks tend to get a lot of extra exposure, so they may have no commercial potential.
Right.
But if logging starts, it's difficult to stop it sometimes. So I can't guarantee that the windbreaks will never be logged, but it's not my intention to log them with the windbreaks because you will be able to use them further.
Yeah. Okay. And in that diagram as well, if I'm just trying to make sure I'm reading it correctly, the light, I'm going to call it the light blue sort of overlay that cuts through part of those blocks is the actual SNA?
Oh yes, sorry, yep. That's the standard map that was produced by Porirua City Council on the website and also provided to me as the SNA. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had anyone from the council visit the site previously?
No, well, not to my knowledge anyway. I mean, before 2000 maybe it happened, but not in my time.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, may I please make a quick comment? It
depends what it is.
It's particularly pertinent to this discussion.
Yes, well, let's...
Just in case, if you'll excuse me, if the panel hasn't picked it up, that Mr. Goldwater has assessed Mr. Arnold's submission in his expert evidence. He considered no site visit was required because he agreed with the information provided by Mr. Arnold.
Well, that's a good site. I think you're pushing in an open door.
Sorry.
So that's
yeah.
That's
I didn't want to let it go on too far without bringing it to the panel's attention.
Sounds like you may not need a site visit because you may not need to go. Just accept a change that the council is already
16.
suggesting, Mr. Arnold.
Yeah,
where
the
are we
references
looking?
are the bottom of page 36 is the
36 of Mr. Goldwater's evidence.
yes of Mr. Goldwater's evidence, and page 69 has a map with the recommended amendments, which
Right.
which align with
Shall-
the amendments Mr. Arnold is seeking.
So I think, Mr. Arnold, the message from the council team is they already agree with you.
Okay. Is that evidence available to me?
It certainly is. It's in the public domain. It's on the hearings website. If you go looking for Mr. Nick Goldwater's evidence in stream 2, as Mr.
Timber.
Mr. Mr. McDonnell notes, the easiest way to look at it is to look at Mr. Goldwater's map where he proposes changes. It's on page 69 of his evidence.
Very good. Thank you.
Oh, well, always happy to have a happy customer.
Well, I imagine you've heard quite a few submissions which are a little bit grumpy. Can I say that?
Yes, there are lots of less than happy customers, but and we can't please everybody, but it's nice that occasionally somebody's happy.
Right. Well, that's good. I always thought I was doing the right thing with that block, but sometimes you doubt things. That's all.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure we need. Do we?
I don't think I need to ask you any more questions now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Can I just suggest, because of the direction our discussion's taken, Mr. Arnold, can I suggest that you look at the map that Mr. Goldwater is recommending? If there is any reason that you think that it doesn't accurately capture what you have requested, can you email the hearing administrator, and then we'll revert to Plan A of asking the Mr. Goldwater's team to go back on site. But as I say, having suggested to you that everything is sweet, I think the commission, my colleague, is correct. I think you need to look at it and make sure you're comfortable that that is in fact the case, and if it's not, to tell us that.
Fine. I will certainly do that.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Arnold, as I say. Nice.
Thank you very much.
In the morning session.
Well, it's now afternoon, but so I wish you all the best with the further hearings, and kia pai tō rā.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right.
So we're adjourned until 1:45. do we have the Stanleys, Mr. or Ms. Stanley online? Yes, indeed. Hello, welcome to the hearing. Can you, I think you're muted. Speak to us. No.
I'm now unmuted. Sorry about that.
Yes, all good.
Okay, so are we ready to go?
We are indeed. You have our undivided attention.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm Christine Stanley, and my husband, Alan Gray, here is also part of the submission. We live at 325 Grays Road, where we are part of a small sheep farm, and it features a large bush stand, several QE2 covenants, and many areas where we have planted, mainly with the aim of nutrient attenuation before any water enters Te Awarua o Porirua Harbour. We feel very strongly about this. First of all, before we start, we would both like to thank the council staff and the various contractors that we have engaged with over the years that have gone into the proposed district plan. For us, the process began in late 2006, when the council's then senior policy analyst, Peter Matic, began hosting a rural reference group of which we were part. So it's been a long haul for everybody, and we realise it's not over yet. We were recently visited by Wildlands as a result of our latest submission to the PDP, and the visit was actually quite pleasant, and we were successful in having our comments and suggestions to the PDP accepted. But there was one SNA for which we think we did not present accurate evidence, and we are wanting to discuss particularly SNA 68 or 68, which is called Motukaraka West Wetland. We are only interested in the part of SNA 68 where it lies within 299 Grays Road. The rest of it, we're absolutely fine with it. This particular part of this SNA is fenced and is fed by several farm drains, the main ones now being on the west side and a couple on the east side. The west side drain dries up completely in summer, and the eastern side drains stormwater from the neighbouring rural property and channels and pipes it through the SNA before it finally reaches the edges of Grays Road. This drain is regularly dug out to prevent flooding of the area. In summer and in dry periods, it also dries up. This is very confusing, but there's some maps shortly which hopefully will make it clearer for you. Could the hearing administrator please present the first slide?
We have a hard copy.
No, she's got. Oh, okay. She's got the. Here we are. So, okay, this is 1995. And it shows the various drains that existed at that time. There's drains out to the right of the image, to the left, and various ones going up through the top. The building at the bottom left in this image is on the edge of Grays Road, and the final end of the culvert to the out to the inlet is just below that building. In 2000, year 2000, we began fencing off and planting all of those areas at the bottom of all of our gullies on the entire farm to provide sediment filtration and nutrient attenuation of any water before it entered the Pawatahanui Inlet. And in the area of interest for this particular presentation, we took advantage of the dampness that was created by the drains that you can see and positioned the fences to get the full effect. The planting included a scheme run by Greater Wellington Regional Council, which involved school children, and they were not locally eco-sourced plants. I was going to say not locally eco-sourced students, but they were. And then we have added other plants as they have become available. In 2002, we received notification that this planted area was being regarded as a significant wetland. We wrote to Nigel Corrie at GWRC, and he wrote back agreeing that the Motukaraka West Wetland in this area would not be included in the list of GWRC's SNAs because it was created for nutrient attenuation. However, somehow it remained on the PCC list. Could the hearing administrator please present the second slide? Okay, so here we are, 2005, and you can see fenced areas and the beginnings of plantings starting to come up through. Could I have the third slide, please? Okay, so here we are, 2009. And again, there's more plantings showing up. And this image also clearly outlines the boundary line for 299 Grays Road with its little narrow hook down into Grays Road, which is the only entranceway onto the site. When the site is developed, access will need to be put through this SNA labelled area. I know that's not a thing for you, but it's just another consideration. So could we have the fourth and last slide, please? So this shows how things are now. The yellow marked area is the part of SNA 68 that we would like removed. The green lines indicate the drains running off to the east and west. These are the current drains we use to control flooding. And where the green lines become dotted, that's where they are culverted. The stormwater, you can see the one out to the right-hand side, let's see which side, the east, collects stormwater from the neighbouring property, which is quite a hilly property. So there's a considerable amount of water coming through there. In the 1980s, the Motukaraka deviation on Grays Road was constructed, and the excess soil from those roadworks was deposited in that area that you can see maybe circled by the red line. So that area was effectively raised by 30 to 40 centimetres. This acts as a dam effectively and forces any of the stormwater that's coming off the neighbouring property back into the drain, the channel. So from what we could work out, the definitions of an SNA, there's nothing natural about that particular part of SNA 68, that yellow circled area. It was specifically created for nutrient attenuation. We deliberately constructed artificial watercourses as farm drains and for stormwater management. And the wetland habitat has formed around it with plantings that we've done. And we positioned that planted area, the yellow area, to take advantage of the farm drains. The farm drains came long before we did that project, as you've seen. Importantly, we need to be able to continue to clear those drains for stormwater and flood protection. A huge amount of water goes through there, increasing at times, but we need to dig those channels out and keep them clear. And we're trying not to compromise any overhead shading, all that sort of stuff. The planting is there for sediment trapping and attenuation of baddies. Sorry, I'm getting lost for words. So as we understand it under the SNA, clearing of that sort of farm channel is not permissible. There is a local precedent for removing this SNA during this whole process. Just recently, a nearby SNA had its SNA status removed because the wetland in it had resulted from a stock watering pond in the neighbouring property. And the way they described it was that the dampness sort of backs up. And so therefore the wetland that forms further up is not a natural wetland. So again, just repeating, we ask that this particular part of SNA 68, the part that lies within 299 Greys Road, be removed as a natural wetland. It is a farm drainage channel, a storm water channel, which requires regular maintenance and was planted to create nutrient attenuation and has been artificially created. And from our interpretation of the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management, all of these exclude it from being a natural wetland. Thank you. And special thanks to Ash Morden Adair for her help with all this technical stuff. Thank you. That's it.
Don't worry, Ms. Stanley. One of the things we'll have to ponder is because in these provisions we have a legal obligation to give effect to the regional policy statement, whether the regional policy statement contains a similar exception to the NPSFM. Now, on the working assumption that it might not, is your principal concern that you be free to clear out these drains as and when required?
Yes, that is the principal concern, and close behind is being able to access the site.
Is there a house on 299 at present?
No, there isn't.
Commissioner Sinclair?
Thank you. In that area shown as SNA 68, and based on these photos, so you've planted that area out for the purpose of that. So what's it been planted with?
Anything that we can find around the place, and we had the schools, I think it was Schools for Trees or something similar project in, and they planted plants that they had grown on as part of their planting program held in the schools. So they're not eco-source plants. Yeah.
There's sedges, kahikateas that we've planted, mows, flaxes, just individual plants we've had available as they come in.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. I think it's pretty clear.
Commissioner Williams?
It's less of a question and more of a rumination, but I'm actually going to ask the other commissioners, and that is that if this is being designated as a wetland, then any clearance of drains would be come under the purvey of the regional council rather than the district council. Is that correct, commissioners?
Depends how wet it is.
It's a drain or a wetland.
Yeah.
Whether it's a drain or a wetland.
Yeah.
Drain is the wetland.
So maybe it's as clear as mud.
Sorry, they have not managed to clarify it for me, I'm afraid, which something for us to discuss perhaps at a later time. Thank you.
Commissioner Kumara?
Tēnā kōrua. Thank you both very much for your submission and for the very helpful amendments that you've proposed to the plan, which have largely been taken up by the Section 42 officer, and which we will be considering in due course. I'm clear on what it is that you're requesting, so I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stanley and Mr. Gray. You've given us some things to ponder, which is always good. Keep us out of mischief. And as I thank you for your contribution, and we'll be thinking about this, and we'll get back to you.
Thank you. I think Alan's got something you want to say about volume of water. Did you want to say something about the volume of water?
As you know, the storms are increasing and the floodwaters coming off the hills are increasing all the time. So we do have to clear them, otherwise they can be quite disastrous. So we do have to keep the drains going.
It's a large volume of water. It's not just like a little urban gutter. It carries huge downpours, and from the neighbouring property as well.
Understood.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Got the Transpower team. Good afternoon, Mr. Hudspeth.
Oh, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
We can indeed.
Oh, very good. And I'll move my screen to the right screen, so it looks like I am looking in your direction, although I have to say you're very far away from where I am. But good afternoon, and thanks for taking the time to hear from Transpower again. I suppose, as per last time, you don't require any introduction to who Transpower is and what it does. And I thought I would give a quick overview of the relief sought on Hearing Stream 2, and then for much of the time defer to Pauline Whitney on some of the reasons behind that and the drafting of what's being proposed instead. And of course, any tricky questions the panel might have for us. So with that said, Transpower is again broadly supportive of the recommendations in the 42A report. I think Pauline's evidence supports 19 out of the 25. So there are only a few areas where Transpower is seeking a different approach. The first of these is in respect of the proposed strategic objective NE02 being sought by Forest and Bird, and which Transpower further submitted in opposition to. Ms. Whitney outlines a number of concerns with this, and some of them, I suppose, touch on the broader question of what strategic objectives are for and what value they add. But at a more focused level, there's a real concern, I think, around this direction to restore where possible, an unqualified direction to restore in the post-King salmon world is very, very strong indeed, if it's where possible. All things are possible. It's a matter of cost and a matter of not doing the things we might want to do instead. So again, she can speak to her reasoning throughout all of the changes being sought, but I think the key things there are that Transpower has concerns with the use of where possible, would prefer if an objective of this kind is retained, that be changed to where appropriate, and also seeks some supplementary or related changes to the explanatory text around the strategic objectives, I suppose, to frame what they are for and where they are to assist in the implementation of the plan. In particular, to clarify there's no hierarchy between them and other provisions, that they're not intended to override the more specific and more nuanced, perhaps, provisions in other chapters which resolve the tensions, I'd suggest, between the strategic objectives, and likewise that they're not intended to be determinative of particular projects. I wouldn't go so far as to say they're irrelevant, but they shouldn't be the first port of call, I suppose. The next major topic in our in the evidence and Transpower's submissions on this hearing stream is in relation to Eco Policy 2. And I think that's been fairly comprehensively addressed in Ms. Whitney's evidence. And there is also some supplementary comment in the legal submissions at paragraph 4.20. But in short, the concern is that this is a policy that applies or is applied to Transpower's national grid activities via a linkage in the infrastructure provisions, specifically infrastructure P6 and P7 refer to applying the, quote, mitigation hierarchy in Eco Policy 2. And the concern we have at this point is that, as per the amended proposed version of Eco Policy 2, it no longer provides an effective hierarchy in the sense that it instead applies a broad avoid direction to most kinds of effects with very little other effects as a category to which mitigation or remediation might be considered. And I do understand, as what Ms. Whitney's reported back to me, that this has been canvassed in some detail with the council staff, and that Mr. McDonnell was undertaken to provide a revised or updated version of the policy. So again, I understand that the panel's well across this issue. It might just be useful for me to record the relief Transpower is seeking at this time so that you can then ask Ms. Whitney questions about it. And really, given the uncertainty in the drafting of Eco Policy 2 and the problems that have been identified so far, Transpower's strong first preference, if you like, would be to remove that linkage at this stage between the infrastructure provisions and the Eco Policy 2, and instead retain and focus on the direction in the infrastructure provisions to seek to avoid activities, the effects of activities in the Schedule 7 SNA areas, rather than applying this mitigation hierarchy, which I'd suggest is no longer a hierarchy. The significantly less preferred relief, I suppose, for completeness would be some version of the original Eco P2 as notified, and I think there's still some work to be done in terms of the linkages, if any, between the infrastructure provisions and the Eco provisions, and that more squarely falls into a next hearing stream. But I suppose I'd say that if it is to be applied in any form to Transpower and its national grid activities, it is necessary for it to be an actual mitigation hierarchy that's compatible with the directions in the NPS ET. Also, and Mr. McDonnell noted this, I think it would be perhaps preferable to have a direction that effects are to be avoided where practicable rather than where possible, because again, without some qualification of what that means, it is an extremely onerous requirement. And I don't know if this is possible, but Transpower would, of course, like to be able to comment, perhaps just in written form, on any subsequent Eco Policy 2, if there was a prospect that the panel wished to apply that to Transpower's activities, because as it stands, Mr. McDonnell is going to go away and do some further work, I understand, but we don't know yet quite what that will look like. So there is some need to reserve our position. Ms. Whitney will talk to some other amendments being sought to the related references in the infrastructure policies to ECO. I think it's policies 11 and 12. Largely those stem from or are consequential on the concerns with Eco Policy 2 itself. Just a few things I wanted to record in terms of Transpower's response or comment to matters raised by other parties. It does have concerns with the rule being sought by DOC, specifically Mr. Silver, in terms of restrictions in the rules on vegetation removal outside of SNAs. It's considered that goes further than is required, and the SNAs are already well identified. And finally, in terms of Eco Objective 1, 2 points there. First, I think on reflection, Transpower would be comfortable with the retention of the reference to identified values rather than just any values that might be identified in the future. But I think more fundamentally in that vein, there's a concern around the suggestion, again from DOC, that the definition of SNA should be amended in an open-ended manner such that it doesn't just refer to identified or scheduled SNAs, but any area that could be found in the future to meet the criteria in policy 23 of the RPS. There's an obvious concern there, I think, in terms of certainty of application of the provisions. And also, and this is a planning matter that Ms. Whitney can speak to my mind, policy 23 actually does direct councils to go ahead and identify these areas. And I suggest that simply having a definition that repeats the criteria for doing so doesn't quite go far enough along that journey. So I think I'll leave it there. I'm happy to take questions either now or after Ms. Whitney has spoken to her evidence.
I think we'll pick up questions now, Mr. Hudspeth. Firstly, in terms of your desire to reserve your position, I think it'll. I don't think that it will prove a problem because, of course, by the time you appear in Stream 4, you'll know what the reply in Stream 2 says.
Yes.
You'll be able to address it in the context of the cross-reference. So you'll be able to pick that up that way, and that's how I prefer to leave it, rather than, as you will appreciate, if I gave you leave, then I'd have to give everyone else leave, and we'll go around in a slow circle.
Yes.
Following release of the council reply, which is, after all, intended to be the last word. A question I have asked, or I was asking the DOC team this morning, I may have asked you this in Stream 1, I've forgotten. If I did ask you and you've already answered it, then just tell me. We've had a variety of views as to the difference between maintain and protect. Which is the more onerous requirement? I think the gut impression is that protect is the stronger direction because it's in Section 6. But I know of at least one Environment Court authority that says it's the other way around, and that and that protect is a subset of maintain, because protect is entirely negative, stopping things, where maintain both stops things and could require positive action. What's your view?
Yeah, I can't say I'm aware of any case law to point you to, but my sort of intuitive reaction in terms of the plain English is quite similar to what you said. Intuitively, at a gut feel level, protect seems more onerous, doesn't it? But then you could, of course, take the view, and I think that's probably right, that maintain does require some active engagement or work. It's not just a matter of batting other activities away. It might require more stewardship in a sense. So which policy are we talking about? I think, yeah, they could be interpreted either way. Possibly maintain. It goes some way further to. It's not quite restore, is it? Because it's not an improvement, but it might require active maintenance, whereas protection could be taken to just mean stopping other activities. But these are just off-the-cuff comments, to be fair.
I understand that I picked it up in the context of your paragraph 4.7a, talking about the council's function, which is about maintenance.
Yes, and this is as opposed to protection. That's the context, really, isn't it? Or sorry, in the context to restoration.
Well, you're saying that the function is already covered by an objective that seeks recognition and protection, and would receive a higher level of protection. So that's what I'm querying, whether that's in fact correct.
Right. Yeah, I'm afraid I probably can't take that too much further. I'm not aware of the case law on the difference between protect and maintain. I did initially read that NE 01 is going slightly further than maintain. But the broader problem, I think, really with that new objective is the reference to restoration where possible, which I think definitely goes further than either protection or maintenance.
Now, Ms. Sweetman has recommended to us that we accept your submission, which is obviously good news from your point of view. I had an extensive discussion with her about how how loose that leaves the position, because it doesn't actually tell you what the outcome is. Like, it tells you that you might get restoration in some situations, but you have no idea what they are.
And this centres on the use of the word appropriate, does it not, in terms of that being?
It does indeed.
Yes. And I suppose my response to that would be, I mean, maybe there could be room for some middle ground comment about, looking for opportunities where appropriate or something. But I think I'd say that this is the nature of high level objectives, and particularly strategic objectives. They're not intended to cater for all possible permutations and circumstances. That probably is the job of the more specific and nuanced chapter provisions. And I think if I was reading our proposed relief version, I'd say, okay, we're appropriate. That requires me to look a bit further into the detail of the scheme of the plan and see what the plan really contemplates. And arguably that's a bit circular, but I can't see a means for a sort of pithy, simple objective at this level to provide perfect guidance for all circumstances and all activities.
I discussed the circularity with Ms. Sweetman as to how you would apply a Section 32 test as to whether that a policy was the most appropriate way to give effect to an objective when the objective in effect defers to the policies to explain what it means. You do end up going round in circles.
Yes, there's some degree of that. Yes. And perhaps this brings us back to what the benefits of the objective really are at all, bearing in mind that Transpower's wishing to not have it retained. Yeah, I don't know what more I can say. I don't think, well, perhaps the panel's able to come up with some drafting that doesn't prejudice the policies or cut across the more nuanced policies and the other provisions. But I think without being very precise and detailed in a high-level policy, it's quite hard to do that without inevitably leaving some detail to be filled in at that lower level.
Like, I suppose my concern is that the objective doesn't get much further than saying restore wherever the policies say that's appropriate, which is sort of contrary to the whole concept of an objective.
Yes.
Now, going on to the strategic objectives, as you're aware, I do know something about the strategic objectives applying in the Queenstown district and what the Environment Court has decided to do with them. And so the question for you is, have you put those strategic objectives alongside the ones in the Porirua plan to decide whether the guidance that the Environment Court has signed off on in Queenstown is equally applicable in this context? Are we comparing like with like?
No, that's not an exercise I can say I've done. I suppose that example is given just to illustrate the kinds of explanation that might be provided. But perhaps Ms. Whitney is able to comment on, whether that is consistent with the scheme of the policies in this case.
Yes, I'm familiar with that process. I've heard it described as the billy goat gruff principle. There's always a bigger billy goat coming over the bridge. But in terms of the more the suggestion that there should be general relief, do you have a submission? Can you refer me to a submission point that would actually support that relief?
Which relief was that, sorry? The relief about the explanation?
Yes, for what you're discussing in 413. And if you want to defer that to Ms. Whitney, you can think about that. That's fine.
Yeah, she may be able to talk to it. I don't think we had a specific submission point, to be fair, in terms of the explanatory text. I suppose I would argue that it's a concept that, given that we're dealing with a new strategic objective that we opposed outright, then a consequential or alternative relief to it being deleted would be some amendments to the explanatory text in the plan that indicates how it should be applied.
But that would be specific to this objective, wouldn't it?
I think that's correct. Yes.
I have the submission point references, if that is any help.
Yes, it would be. Thank you.
So submission points 225.91 and 225.148, which Transpower Further submitted on. So those submission points sought that new objective, which has been put in place as a strategic objective. Transpower opposed that.
Ms. Whitney, is Mr. Hudspeth correct, and there's no specific submission seeking explanatory text on the role of strategic objectives?
That is correct. In its submission, Transpower specifically submitted on 4 objectives, strategic objectives, directions, and supported them. And supported the wording, didn't explicitly submit on it, but in context of what was provided in the proposed plan, supported it. So obviously this new strategic objectives is quite a different, it introduces new elements that weren't in the proposed plan as notified. So I guess by amending the upfront text, it helps provide some context and framing for any new strategic objectives that do get inserted, noting that they'll be addressed in further hearings as well, so there may be new ones that come up as well.
Thank you for that. Mr. Hudspeth, in terms of the weight or otherwise to be given to the proposed NPSIB, I can recall that in the Environment Court's decision on the Horizons 1 plan, so that's Day and Manawatu Whanganui Regional Council, the court put considerable weight on the proposed NPSIB, and so the question is, does that give you cause for pause in terms of the submission you're making, that it's no more than another matter?
Well, in legal terms, it has no status whatsoever. In terms of as a policy statement, what it might have is relevance in the broader questions as to appropriateness. I'm not going to say it's irrelevant at all in that sense, but I think there's a need for caution, given it has no status yet and is still being developed, and I understand it's still to be consulted on through a further public process. So that was the context of those comments. I wouldn't say it's irrelevant, but there's no such thing as a proposed NPS as far as the RMA is concerned.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but I'm just also aware that Judge Thompson's court seemed to put rather more weight on it than you're suggesting is appropriate.
I'm not familiar with the full context of that decision, but I'd suggest that a partial implementation in this manner wouldn't be appropriate, and that it would be more prudent for the NPS to be implemented in a more fulsome manner once it's actually finalised.
And lastly, about inappropriate subdivision use and development. The question I asked Council for the Department of Conservation this morning was whether, given the Supreme Court's guidance in King Salmon as to what inappropriate means in this kind of provision, whether it makes any difference either way, whether it's in or out.
That is a very good question. I think it certainly makes less difference than it used to prior to that decision. Yeah, I suppose it's not as enabling as it used to be, in the sense that current law is you don't look at your activity and then the environment, but you do look at the environment and the values of what's being protected, and you'd have to assume that it means something. rather than nothing. But I'd agree to that point that it is much less significant than it used to be.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioners? That's a no. We'll pass over to Ms. Whitney.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies if I was late. Technical issues, as a lot of people have had over the last couple of days. So just for the record, my name's Pauline Whitney. I'm a Senior Planner, Senior Principal of Miscal Limited. I'm a full member of the New Zealand Planning Institute and have over 23 years experience as a planner. So obviously today I'm presenting planning evidence on the submission by Transplan New Zealand. And I just wish to confirm at the onset that my hearing evidence stands. So I wasn't going to go through, obviously, my evidence or the 3-page summary I included with my evidence. It's still all there, but I was just maybe going to highlight a few points and comment on some of the matters which have been raised in evidence and questioning by the panel over the last few days, if that's agreeable to the panel.
Certainly enthusiastic with the idea that you do not read your evidence.
Yes, good. And I've only got 2 pages of just notes here, and I can provide them if that would be of assistance. So,
That would be of assistance, thank you. Save me writing it all down.
Yep, no, good. So obviously, yep, my name's Pauline Whitney. So Transfer, just some really brief summary, lodged 25 submission points to this hearing, 19 of which are accepted. So there's really only 6 outstanding submission points, which can be categorised under 2 topics. One is the strategic directions and the other one is ecosystem policies 2, 4, 11 and 12. So in terms of the strategic objectives, obviously the key issues were that new one NEO2 and then the relationship between the strategic objectives and the upfront commentary in the proposed plan and how that relates to the objectives and policies in the plan. So I just note the reporting officer and supplementary evidence has commented on those 3 points. So I'll just maybe provide my thoughts on those, if that's agreeable. So in terms of replacing where possible with where appropriate to the objective NE02, I fully appreciate, I think in my opinion, where possible sets a really high bar. I know where appropriate was also sought in the actual submission point by Forest and Bird. So obviously the relief is aligned with that. So I listened to the questioning by the panel to Ms. Sweetman, and I agree with her that the policies in the plan at the chapter level provide the guidance really and give effect to the strategic objectives. And I think that's appropriate. I was trying to think otherwise you'd almost have, I must admit, strategic objectives do puzzle me a wee bit in terms of their place in the plan and the role. Sometimes they don't fit as nicely, maybe, as they were envisaged in the national planning standards. That's just my personal opinion. So I think we have to frame them really carefully in terms of what they're trying to achieve and then how they're given effect to. And I guess if we start articulating too much and giving too much to those strategic objectives, then it's almost they're pointless. Why not just rely on the chapter objectives and policies? So, and just in terms of the wording where appropriate, I just had a quick look in terms of where else it's used in the proposed plan, and it is used in strategic objective FC04, and it's also used, interestingly, in Eco Objective 01, which is to the values of significant natural areas are protected from inappropriate subdivision use and development, and where appropriate restored. So it is used in the plan. And then obviously, probably the key policy to give effect to that is Eco Policy P7, which refers to restoration and maintenance. So I guess there is a link there between the where appropriate within the strategic objective and then down to the objective and then the policy at the chapter level. So in terms of higher order policy support, again, I've got these all in my notes, these references. Within the RPS, inappropriate is used within objective 3, 4, 7, 15 and 17. Oh, sorry, that's inappropriate. So I guess it's the flip side to appropriate. And obviously in policy P24, which is specifically relevant to this hearing topic. So I remain of the opinion that should additional strategic objectives be inserted into the plan, additional text should be inserted to clarify their role. I just had a quick look at the Queenstown ones. I'm not sure if I got the latest ones, given it was an interim decision. I'm not quite sure where it's at. I think it's really dangerous trying to import text from other plans in the commentary without really looking at the detail of what the strategic objectives are and the level they're pitched at and what they cover. So I guess that's just my reservation about trying to import commentary from Queenstown or anywhere else. I must admit, when I looked at the plan, I was actually quite happy with the direction there, that the tensions will be resolved through the objectives and policies. To me, that's quite clear. I get my reservation is when we start adding new strategic objectives into there and have terms such as restore where possible. And in terms of just the other final point was with the reference to significant resource consent applications and that strategic objectives commentary. My first thought is, well, what is a significant resource consent application? So that's brings into a bit of discussion there, and it's pretty subjective what that would be. To some people, a tree removal would be significant. To other people, it would be a highway. So yeah, there's kind of no guidance provided on that. And I guess the other thing is surely the objectives and policies give effect to those strategic objectives and resolve the tension. So there's no need to go back up, so to speak. In terms of the evidence put forward, the wording put forward by Ms. Sweetman in her supplementary evidence, I just think it probably adds confusion. So I fully support that being re-looked at. The second topic, I'm happy to take questions on those, or if they want me to address the eco policies, however the panel would like.
I think just listening, talking about your caution about importing Queenstown text without understanding the context of the strategic objectives in Queenstown. That was more or less the question I was asking Mr. Hudspeth, and he was saying, well, he gave it to us as an example. Are you saying that we should or should not treat that that text as potentially useful and relevant to this case?
Oh, I think it's useful. I think they referenced something about no hierarchy, so I think that's really useful. But I think you have to look at the text as a whole when I read it, so yeah. So it's probably not much of a helpful answer. It is useful in part, but I think you have to be careful with the wording you insert in terms of the context of what actually the strategic objective is saying.
And what's your response to the question I asked Mr. Hudspeth as to whether an objective that says do something if appropriate just sends you in an endless circle?
Well, I guess it's not an endless circle really, because we've got that Eco Objective 01, which references appropriate again. So you've got the linkage there, but then you also have the policies such as Eco P7, which refers to maintenance and restoring. Noting that's not just a significant natural areas, it's all Indigenous biodiversity. So that's Eco P7 as amended in the Section 42A report, which has encouraged restoration and maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity areas and natural and wetlands and their seeps. And there's 3 points there to achieve that. So that sets your context for where's appropriate.
And in terms of what it might be a significant resource consent application, is it safe to assume that anything that Transpower wants to do is going to be significant?
Well, maybe not tree trimming may not be. Certainly a new transmission line I would think would be significant, but maybe doing works to an access track to allow maintenance. So you can get the equipment along the access track to put a new support structure in or do reconductoring. I wouldn't necessarily think that's significant, but again, it's unclear. Some people may argue if it was a particular tree they were concerned about that it is significant. So it's quite subjective. I don't know. I have seen in other plans where they have referenced actually the activity status, and that makes it significant. So they've referenced such as where discretionary or non-compliant, and then it takes out anything that's RDA or controlled as being considered significant.
that might be considered a particularly blunt instrument, given that something could default
Agreed.
to discretionary or non-complying because of some quite
Agreed.
insignificant standard exceedance.
Yeah, I guess the way the plan is framed, though, it is probably my initial thoughts are the kind of default is RDA, where you don't comply with a certain standard. But obviously, there was some discussion I heard about the activity status within SNAs, whether it's discretionary or non-compliant. So it's open. But I guess my point is the fact that do you need to go back up to those strategic objectives if your objectives and policies are well articulated and are clear? Because in theory, they should be giving effect to all those strategic objectives. So you shouldn't need to go back up and almost bypass the objectives and policies and go straight up.
Sorry, Ms Whitney, Commissioner Sinclair, are you saying that the specific chapter objectives give effect to the strategic directive objectives?
I'll just refer to the commentary within the. So this is what the plan. So the objectives, policies and rules in part 2 and 3 implement the strategic objectives and reconcile any tensions between them. So they implement. So that's probably a better word rather than, yeah.
So you've got objectives, which are outcome statements, implementing objectives, strategic objectives.
Well, I guess I know objectives can't can't be subject to objectives, but I guess the way it's framed in terms of the strategic ones, they are meant to sit high level. So I guess maybe that wording then in the introductory text to the plan to all those strategic objectives needs to be amended just to refer to policies then and rules.
Which raises the question I talked to Mr Hudspeth about, is whether there's any submission that would enable that. To which I don't know. To which I don't know the answer. Commissioner Sinclair, do you? Any other questions on this part of Ms Whitney's evidence?
Well, yes. So, Ms Whitney, if I understand your evidence correctly in terms of the strategic objectives, this is that new strategic objective, that, what is it? It's already covered by NE01. So could you please tell me how NE01 addresses the objectives relating to the indigenous biodiversity? How's that provided for in NE01?
Yeah, so and I do note that NE01 has been amended through the section 42A. So as notified, it was really broad, the natural character, landscapes and features and ecosystems are recognised and protected, and then it's been amended through the 42A report.
And what does that say?
Sorry, what does...
Sorry, and what does it say in that?
What does it say now? Now it refers to the natural character of the coastal environment and features and significant Indigenous biodiversity values that contribute to Porirua's character and identity are recognised and protected and possibly, and where possible, enhanced. So I guess the key thing is the emphasis is changing to significant Indigenous biodiversity, whereas NE02 is all biodiversity. I guess the bit that concerns me about NE02 is the restored section, really. I mean, I'd be quite comfortable with something. I'd need to look at it though, but potentially the maintain bit is potentially okay because as it covers under Eco P7, it's provided full there. Remembering this is all Indigenous biodiversity, not just significant. So there is a bit of a misalignment with the Eco chapter, which is more aligned to SNAs, significant natural areas. I guess it just comes to the heart of it, the danger of inserting new provisions in the plan and maybe not having everything else follow through.
Of course, the Department of Conservation and indeed Forest and Bird are telling us that have identified the same mismatch and say that if the plan is to fulfil the council's function, it shouldn't just be limited to significant biodiversity. It should be maintaining all Indigenous biodiversity, and there should be additional plan provisions to give effect to the new objective.
I did have some thoughts on that, and if agreeable, it's probably a good segue to another couple of comments I've got in my submission notes I have. Would you like me to address that?
Well, just hold that thought. I'll just ask Commissioner Sinclair if he had anything else before we go down that direction.
Yeah.
Just in relation to the strategic objectives and the objectives, rather than, and if objectives don't implement objectives, my understanding of planning in terms of policies implement objectives.
Yeah.
What's then the relationship between strategic objectives and individual chapter objectives?
Well, I guess there's no clear guidance in the national planning standards that I could find. So it comes down to the goal again of strategic objectives.
Sorry, that isn't where I thought you might be going. No. That I don't think there's anything in the national planning standards either. So
yeah. So it's at a board level, I would think. I mean, it's not clearly laid out, is it, anywhere? But in my opinion, the objectives should still give effect to the strategic objectives. They're almost like, to me, like a higher order kind of policy level. And that's why I'm really cautious about how they're framed.
But if they're all framed as outcome statements, they're not going to be policies. So, is it more that they the strategic objectives indicate higher outcomes, and then individual chapter ones objectives provide specific outcomes, or more specific, more nuanced outcomes that the plan's seeking?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I guess because the commentary as well to the strategic objectives in terms of what they're there for, they say they help implement the council's community outcomes set out in its long-term plan. So, I mean, that has me scratching my head, to be honest, a wee bit in terms of some of those outcomes in the long-term plan, if they are actually RMA related.
Would it be fair to characterise it that the strategic and the individual chapter objectives would be derived from the issues that are set out in the Section 32 report?
Yes. I had a look at the Section 32 report for the strategic objectives. It wasn't quite clear to me in terms of the analysis, but I may have been looking in the wrong section. There were multiple reports.
Okay. Thank you.
So going back to the point you were about to develop, Ms. Whitney.
So I guess in terms of submitters, from what I've heard, there's probably two key things which are being raised. One is relating to a definition, amending the definition of SNA, and then the other one is introducing a rule for all Indigenous biodiversity across the city outside identified SNAs. So maybe if I'll just comment on the latter one first. So, and I just note that obviously the eco chapter rules don't apply to infrastructure. So Transpa probably has a limited interest in this. However, I'm still not clear for maybe the submission and some of the evidence if a similar relief will be sought in other chapters. And that's why I probably thought it'd be just useful to outline my position on it in case it does flow through into other provisions in the plan. So in my opinion, a new rule. So this is a new rule outlined in Mr. Silver's evidence for Indigenous vegetation removal outside of the SNA overlay in paragraph 1.2 of his supplementary evidence as refined. So in my opinion, the rule is inappropriate and for the following reasons. The SNAs appear comprehensive in nature. The proposed plan gives effect to Objective 16 in policies 23 and 24 of the RPS. Again, I've got these in my notes and I can send them through. Section 6C of the RMA is confined to significant Indigenous vegetation. In terms of Section 31 of the Act, when I look at that, in my understanding, it provides the broad remit for territorial authorities in terms of its functions and matters they have jurisdiction, as opposed to kind of mandatory matters to address in a district plan. So there's other functions available, such as methods, and one of them is provided in the RPS, which is method 54, in terms of maintaining and restoring, and those can sit outside the district plan. So the accompanying policy framework to support the sort rule has not been provided in evidence that I could see. I acknowledge probably one policy I think was provided in the Forest and Birds submission, but I think it has wider implications than that. So you'd need to go through and look at all the policies and rules and actually see the effect and how it fits in, rather than just slotting in one rule and there you go. Again, yeah, it has this. I always describe chapters as a web, you know, they all influence each other, all the objectives and policies and rules. So you have to be really careful what you change in terms of how it affects others. And I probably guess the main point is I still remain unclear as to the actual need for the rule and any associated policy framework and what issue is it specifically addressing. And I guess in the absence of any evidence, for such a huge change, I mean, it is quite a fundamental role and it will have wide application and affect a lot of sites and lots of people. And I'm just not sure the basis of the evidence that will assist the council and panel to give full effect to the consideration.
Ms. Whitney.
So that's, yes, sorry.
Just picking up on that, the dock case was supported by Mr. Lecoq's ecological evidence that there is Indigenous biodiversity outside SNAs, some of which is likely to be significant but hasn't been picked up yet, some of which is transitioning to being significant. So he says that that would seem to provide the evidential base. He also points us to the fact that Mr. Goldwater's evidence was that there's likely to be more out there than they could find. And in terms, I know that would seem to provide an evidential framework. It may not be a sufficient evidential framework, but there is certainly evidence there. And the second point that the department is relying on is it's saying categorically that while some section 30 and 31 functions are, as you say, broadly expressed remits, others are of the nature of a policy, and a function to maintain Indigenous biodiversity sounds like a policy as well as a function. And they also, when I asked them the question, reminded me that the Environment Court's decision in Ngāti Kahungunu Iwi Incorporated against Hawke's Bay Regional Council said that the equivalent direction in relation to maintenance of water quality had substantive effect, and it had to be implemented. So there seemed to be, like, while I understand the chain of your logic, there's a reasonably firm response from the department, so I want to give you the opportunity to tell me why they're wrong.
Okay, maybe if I could just first note that the rule being sought isn't just for about significant Indigenous biodiversity, it's for all Indigenous biodiversity. So I think there's quite an important distinction there.
They're very clear that that's exactly what it's intended to do, because that's what the function does. The function of the council is not limited to significant biodiversity, it's all Indigenous biodiversity.
It is, but I guess also then you have to consider the RPS, which sets the framework for giving effect to that, and that policy 23 and 24 are pretty clear, relates to significant and those which are identified, and then you protect those as opposed to all.
Devil's advocate response, Ms. Whitney, would be the eco chapter implements the RPS, but having other provisions for all biodiversity doesn't not implement the RPS. The RPS is simply neutral.
Yeah, I guess it comes to the scale of the issue you're trying to address. We don't have we don't have rules for every single potential activity in the plan. I guess there has to be a balancing between everything else as well.
And your response to the argument that the section 31 function in relation to biodiversity at least requires action in respect to the entire range of biodiversity?
Well, you could argue that policy P7, eco policy P7, even though it's a policy, it's in the plan. I guess I'm just looking at, I haven't thought this in great depth, so just bear with me. When I look at that section 31 and it talks about functions, and then clause B, the avoidance of mitigation of natural hazards. I guess then council has to look at the natural hazards in its district and work out what ones that it needs to include rules for. What is the issue they're trying to address?
Yeah, but I think as some would say, in terms of the scale of how directive a provision is, a provision requiring mitigation leaves the field very wide open as to the scale of response, whereas a direction to maintain is, in the scale of things, quite directive.
I guess avoidance is also quite directive in relation to natural hazards. And I guess then the council has to work out what natural hazards are, what is the risk, and what's the appropriate rule framework. Just because it's in there doesn't mean they impose a rule for every type.
Before getting into the specifics of one Roman numeral 2A and Roman numeral 3 in section 31B, the introduction to that, does that provide any guidance as to what the purpose of, it's for the purpose of the Roman numeral part, but what is it you actually have to do?
It does refer to control, but under the functions, that could be either through policies, rules, or methods. It doesn't necessarily mean you need a specific rule for that when I read that. And it's also including for the purpose of, yeah.
Well, as regards the specific issue about natural hazards, it says avoidance or mitigation. So clearly there's a choice between those two. and within mitigation, you've got the entire range of doing a lot to mitigate and doing very little.
Yes, when I look at that though, you'd have to look at the natural hazards, and for this one, you know, you need to look at actually the Indigenous biodiversity and what other framework you've got in the plan to manage that.
And you've referred us to Eco P7, which is helpful because that's reminded me at least that that is not specific to significant biodiversity.
Agree, and noting that is amended through the 42A, yeah.
I wonder if you should go on to your next topic.
The next one.
Might have
Okay,
done that, dear.
yeah. The next one is on the definition of SNA. Obviously, the relief sought from other parties has been to widen the definition out to just not those identified areas. Again, has plan-wide implications. I just refer to the policy 23 and 24 of the RPS, which set out the clear framework in terms of significant natural areas. And I guess when I was looking at this, so I'm not an ecologist, okay, so when I look at the definition, amending that, I then look at the policies and rules and think, again, you need to revisit all of them. Because if I applied that definition, when I was maybe going to do trimming to a tree, so I'd look at Eco Rule R1 and then Standard R1, which apply to removal and trimming. And then the standard sets out how much you can do. So then I look to apply policy 23 of the RPS and I go, oh, well, those trees are potentially an Indigenous tree that provides seasonal core habitat for protected Indigenous species, such as a fantail, noting that all Indigenous birds are protected under the Wildlife Act. So then it would trigger policy 23D of the RPS and be significant. I just think it has really wide implications in the plan. And the policy, if it's going to be introduced, the policy and the rule framework have to be amended as well.
In relation to that, Ms. Whitney, I asked Mr. Silver a question about, was it good planning practice to have the approach or planning framework throughout the plan derived from a definition? Is that how you're supposed to go about it? If not,
no.
How do you go about it?
I wouldn't support that. I think, again, because then you lose, you have to, the definitions, you know, you have to implement them in, and if they're not, they can get messy in terms of the policies and then the rules. So no, I don't support it from a planning point of view, just changing the definition, relying on the definition to set that framework. I just also note that it gets more complicated. The officer submitters sought the removal of the word identified within some of the objectives and policies within the eco chapter, and Transpower submitted on this in point 6070, apologies, in terms of keeping that wording. So it has been recommended to remove it. So then as well, so you're removing the word identified from the values, and then you're almost removing as well the SNAs. They're no longer the ones which are identified in the plan. So again, you've got no identified values, and then you've got no identified SNAs. So it changes the scope of the chapter and rules in particular quite a lot. And obviously in our submission point, in my evidence, I said, I accept that submission point for that removal. But after listening to the evidence, I have concerns, you know, that the definition changing the changes to the definition of SNA would, I don't think that's appropriate to get rid of the identified values as well, the ones which are identified. And then the last part of my evidence was on the eco policies. So that was obviously, I think it's quite clear, hopefully, in my evidence, my concerns with the eco policies 2, 4, 11 and 12 and how they relate to the national grid.
Commissioner Sinclair, any
Thank you. If I take you to 8.23 of your evidence on page 17, you provide the example there of an issue that it would be difficult for, in relation to upgrade, development or upgrade of the national grid to get past policy P2. And it couldn't get beyond clause 1. Can you think of any other examples outside of Transpower's national grid that may or may not have similar issues?
So this is P2 as amended by the Section 42A report, just to clarify. Okay. So outside, so for other parties, it would be any activity such as I guess doing clearance in terms of that policy, maybe doing clearance for fire breaks if you needed to have a fire break. Any clearance for building a building site within the SNA. Any tree removal, even one, because it would maybe be a loss of, it could be disruption to sequence, so fragmentation or loss of buffering. And I guess clause 1, 2, 3, 4 probably concerns, when again, I'm not an ecologist, but of a planner. And maybe just on that point, I think planners should be able to apply these and not have to defer to ecologists all the time to say, well, what does that mean? How do I interpret? How do I apply that? Obviously, the ecologist informs and provides advice, but these policies need to be able to stand on their own and be assessed by planners and other people in terms of how you apply them. So clause 4, reduction in population size, potentially maybe if you were doing some earthworks within an SNA and you had to remove some vegetation and you resulted in some rocks being removed and you affected some lizards, that could be the population size or occupancy. I don't have other, at the top of my head, I can't think of anything else, but I'm sure there's millions of examples. Basically, any activities that someone wanted to do within an SNA could potentially trigger one of those.
Okay, thank you. My final question was just in relation to 8.29 to 30. And I think this is the part that Mr. Hudsworth talked about the problems with this mitigation hierarchy as it was set out here. And I wondered, had you given any thought to how, or anything else about how the mitigation hierarchy may be retained without cutting across the NPS for transmission? Because that seemed to be where most of the issues, as I understood them.
Yeah. I mean, in its submissions, Transpower supported that policy, Eco P2. It did provide a pathway. And when I looked at the whole policy chapter, the framework, I was comfortable. I guess my main reservations if things start changing, such as the SNAs are not just those identified, things like that, then it has wider implications. So I'd have reservations about then how it could be applied to the national grid and give effect to the NPS. And that's why I've suggested that relief in those paragraphs, particularly 8.30, in terms of the infrastructure chapter and the cross-reference to the national grid specific policies. I guess this is going to be explored more in the next hearing, which hearing 4, for the infrastructure. I mean, I guess in transparent in some respects, and myself were kind of a bit unclear what form those infrastructure policies are going to take.
Thank you.
I guess my position at the moment is I have some reservations with applying it, given the uncertainty.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams left you out of this the discussion today.
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Pomare, anything from Ms. Whitley?
No further questions from me either. Thank you both.
Well, thank you both, Mr. Hudspeth and Ms. Whitney, for your contribution to Stream 2. I think that's it for the day.
That's it. Good. I'll send through those notes to the hearing coordinator.
Thank you, Ms. Whitney, for that. So we'll adjourn. We resume 9 a.m. on Friday the 5th.